Just go through these baby steps of faith. Baby step of faith. Mo kàn ní ó tásìkò ọ̀rọ̀ ojú orí kọ́ tó bá jẹ́ tìwé ni.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa ilochi o biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onye ọma zoro biko abọmma wazoro ndosari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo abọmma nwe ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya. Mazi welcome up Odogu no kwere nka Onyo mani gadele mo Mazi ni mazi kame Ibu go with melody Odogu nachala noka Ezi wane mliga delemo Olagado ni bezigo noe Ma olagado ni bezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzoro Anabaze Te Onyama zoro de Mama wazara nesari Ibya muyanu kwana mo ofube naru Mulaga doni biazugo Nazaboy Mulaga doni biazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapu zoro Anabazi Aizu Odogu kenenu mikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey you boy Eku kampu nekene Amago ndinso Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụl ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Ọgbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ Nabasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro Zoro, 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 zoro
na-abụ ugwu Awụsa Sokoto Ujembe Nwilo anụ solo onwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Sowore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Sowore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak, but you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think that, hold on, Pansa, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that. U.S. National Security Advisor, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu, begging some Americans to help him solve Nigeria's insecurity problem. Watch.
Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be giving back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things.
Here is Nigeria's National Security Advisor, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu, begging some Americans to help him solve Nigeria's insecurity problem. Watch.
Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be giving back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things.
It's not new to see the former governor of Kaduna State caught up in these kind of controversy. I mean, he's always in the news, but no one would have seen this coming. As a person who lives and resides and does business in Kaduna State, what is the meaning of this particular statement that's been accredited to the former governor?
Well, if you know El-Rufai very well, the former governor of Kaduna State, then you will have to guess 1 million meaning to whatever he said. Because anytime El-Rufai come out in public to speak, if you see him speaking to the right, be careful. He's actually moving backward. If you see him speaking to the left, don't turn right. Actually, be careful. He's going forward. So the problem with him is that he is not consistent and he is so slippery that sometimes you hardly can tell. But this particular video is a very simple one. El-Rufai is simply playing game and simply playing politics. And what is he trying to want to act as a mediator? So El-Rufai is known for this crafty and this terrible way of dealing with people. Even his friends know him. We actually tried in
having more religious crises and of course ethnic crises over the years. For somebody like you, and of course, I think I have spoken with you and Sheikh Al-Maraya, I don't know if I've gotten his name right. Yes.
Yeah, Sheikh Al-Maraya.
Yes, on issues of conflicts in Kaduna State. How is it possible to keep the peace if the former number one, or somebody as highly placed as El-Rufai will continuously make statements like this? How is it possible for you to keep the peace?
It is not difficult to keep the peace because When we talk about keeping peace, we are talking about working with stakeholders to maintain understanding. And I can tell you that larger percentage of stakeholders know the person we are dealing with. You know, I earlier
kò lè di president ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀ ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀ ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀ ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò dọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o. Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn. Eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání tó, èmi náà fẹ́ ṣe present.
It's my turn. That became his mantra for the presidential election. And that came, around the time of the primary election. He returned to Ogun State. He also mentioned it today, how he deployed the spirit of freedom during the Naira scarcity issue, where he categorically said that irrespective of the Naira scarcity, we will vote and we will win, even if there is no money. And that, according to him, ever since has been the spirit driving him to serve. Interesting development. Asiwaju back in Ogun State after inauguration as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Because two things happen, first of all.
He has
One
to
party
put in his place.
took over
All
the
right.
labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send some of the hardliners, were going to send crowds, young people into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. In addition, and this is the worst part, they didn't know it, but they were being used. Before the elections ever took place, there was a certain clandestine force, a reactionary. It included some ex-generals who were already calling for an interim government before the elections began. And so the party was playing into the hands, maybe not consciously all of them, but some definitely, trying to create a situation to bring back the military. That's what I was against. And before then, I'd already sent 3 emissaries to the leader, to that leader, saying, curb your supporters. Just tell them to be on their guard. If you lose an election the first time, what does it matter? I said, you just tell them to stop threatening, to stop intimidating people. So it wasn't something new, because it's something that's no. I had to stop their getting the youth on the street to be slaughtered. And for what? For a lie. This for me was unacceptable.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. I thought I should do a stream today, and there was let me stop that. Yeah, this question has been something that has been in the air for quite a while, actually. The idea is that you know, our leaders and our elites, they don't seem to actually care for their own people. Almost every single one of them, and I don't know whether it's their fault or whether it's deliberate. Because I was here streaming video online when there was so much tension in Lagos, and if anyone recalls, during that period, there were all our elites. You barely had one word from any of them. They were all silent and left the people to their fate. No one came out, not Wole Soyinka, not Chimamanda, not Peter Obi, none of them. They just stayed quiet while the nation stews under its own tension and the division that was in the country. And the question begs answering: do these people even understand sovereignty? Did they understand it? Did they understand that their job as an elite is to take care of, ensure that the people are doing well? As a matter of fact, I know that in Islam, they tend to believe in something of that nature, where, you know, if you are better off, you also care for the people that are less well off. But somehow, in our society, the elites don't see themselves as custodians and guardians of the society. They see themselves as a kind of jostling people, fighting each other in the ring, and they don't care what happens to the people while they are doing that. And this is just a few of the videos that I just played, showing how self-centered they are. There are quite a lot of them. You know, I can start from this in health tourism. You can look at the way our leaders are very, very happy to call for mercenaries. You saw how our NSA chief was begging foreigners. You all know how Nigerians are treated overseas, including just a few days ago when they were deported from Saudi Arabia. It goes, the list is endless. Endless list. South Africa, Morocco, Libya, Italy, our people are decimated everywhere they go. They are treated like trash, and then they come home, our leaders treat them even worse. Look at the way the current government has gone on with their activities. They couldn't have done what they did. They could have handled the so-called policies very, very differently. But they chose to do it the way they did it, because in the end, who does it benefit? It benefits the speculators, foreign speculators on our economy. They've made billions out of us. They bet against our currencies, and that's what hedge funds are there for. The hedge funds are there to bet against some other person's investment or entity doing well or not. And they just did it in such a way that Nigerians have to pick up the cost. We played a video yesterday about how you know, cost of even inhaler has more than tripled in Nigeria. We have seen almost every metrics you measure in Nigeria go down. And if I'm not mistaken, Nigeria has our GDP has even gone down compared to that of South Africa. And South Africa, I think, is now the largest economy in Africa because of policies that were just carried out. And what are the merits of these policies? he tells us that we should just do this. What
Just
should we do?
go through, just baby steps of faith. Baby step of.
Yeah, we should go through the pain with him. But the problem is he's not going through the pain. And it's not only him. Most of our elites are at it. And maybe it's not just the elite. Maybe it's just the people too. The people too have become corrupted. I from what I learned recently, there is this idea. It's not even an idea. It's a scientific fact that there is what they call psychosis of the masses, and it's almost as if the Nigerians are going through psychosis. And maybe that's what I describe when I find that Nigerians, sometimes it's almost as if we have been doused with petrol and somebody is just waiting to light it up. That is how Nigerians seem. And our leaders do very, very little to remove that this animosity, that tension in the country. Why? Why do they do so little to reduce that tension in the country? Including the policy that the current government is pursuing about, regarding the unification of the exchange rates. Nobody, and sometimes even when you tell Nigerians, they'll say, "Oh, this is because the government is weak." Nobody is telling the government, why are you not discouraging the use of dollars in Nigeria? You don't see the elite coming out and saying, this is common sense. You don't have to be, you can't encourage people to be using the dollar and you expect your economy to be prospering. You can't keep encouraging people to be kind of sabotaging your economy and you say you want to help the economy. You are supposed to be you know what Tinubu says all the time? He's the chief marketing officer for Nigeria. Chief marketing officer. That's what he says. But how can you be the chief marketing officer when you're not even discouraging people to use these dollars in the country? You can't even tell them. Do you know if Tinubu just says, you know what, fellow Nigerians, maybe we should just stop using the dollars? I believe just from that word alone, without even passing any law, sending the police out on the street, the usage of dollar will come down by 5%. 5%. And it will mean something to the cost and the inflation that you are seeing in the country. But no, did he do that? No, he didn't. If anything, he's busy going to borrow money to shore up the Nigerian currency. In other words, put us in debt so that the people you are borrowing from are the people that are making profit from our money in the first place. The areas they should prioritize, they don't prioritize. They should prioritize the refineries to come online. They don't prioritize it. They should prioritize security. They don't prioritize. Those things have a bang, that they have a bigger punch. From what I gathered yesterday, I was informed here by, I think, a show. He said that 40% of our foreign earnings, foreign currency earnings, is spent on procuring petrol. 40%. Why is he not prioritized? 40% of our earnings, that's well almost $20 billion. Why is he not spending most of his effort getting our refineries online to reduce that amount? That's one of the easiest ways to reduce the amount. You don't see them pushing with urgency. Let's get this done. Let's talk. Let's have a meeting with Dangote. Let's check out what is going on with the Port Harcourt refinery. No, none of that. While our people suffer. And you see the elite class, including the press, all of them, you just seem like, let's keep going. Let's keep going one day at a time. As if that kind of pace is going to fix the country. We've been doing this since the last democratic dispensation. That's about 23 years, going to 24. Not much has changed. They have not improved anything, and the elites and the people that are supposed to know better, they are not calling them out. And I keep saying it, they are not calling them out. And when you see problems happening in the country, you don't see them anywhere. The only time you see them is when they are running overseas for healthcare, sending their children overseas, partying overseas, showing people how they are enjoying themselves overseas. it begs the question. This is not, I don't think this problem is only about Tinubu. This problem is not only about Buhari, not about Jonathan, not about only our politicians. Our people themselves. Look at me here now. Am I not overseas myself? For me, the reason why I'm here is something that goes way back, because I moved a long time ago. But the problem is, even the ones that are there now, the new generation, they are beginning to run overseas too, because I've seen a reduction in Nigeria's capacity in the last 5 years. I've seen a reduction because the skills have left. Even the bank app, you can see the reduction in performance in their own bank, in the bank app in Nigeria. How does a bank application perform worse over time? It should be performing better, but it's performing worse in Nigeria. Power supply has improved. I'm not sure. Most of the institutions are struggling to maintain their staff because most of the staff are doing what they call jackbarring now overseas. Middle class people are jackbarring overseas. They are earning a good living in Nigeria. They are okay, but because Nigeria is not a good brand, they don't like Nigeria. They go anyway, and many of them are going to find that where they are going, they are going to be wasted there. Whatever service they are offering, they are enriching the country and the powers that are making sure we too are down. This world is a competition, and our people and our leaders are not in it at all. They basically want to play us dead. They want to just say, you know what, let's pretend as if we don't exist. It's going to make it okay. Did you hear about Kenya instituting a visa-free travel for all Africans? And Rwanda did the same thing. Did you hear one word from our government about it? They didn't even congratulate them. They didn't even say, oh, that is exactly what we want to see. No. That's not what they want to see. The only time Tinubu wanted to do something international is when he wanted to invade Niger Republic. All these things is not only Tinubu. I see that in our elites. Our elites are apologists for foreigners. Almost every single one of them. I'm sorry to say, because I've not seen anyone that is really strident and saying, you know what, let's put our country first. I've not seen one. Maybe Al-Mustafa. I have not. Where are they? Is it Wole Soyinka? Is it El Rufai? Is it Ganduje? Who? Name them. Where are they that are putting our people first? What their experts are doing is traveling with our money, putting it in foreign countries, put their children in foreign countries, go and train for foreigners, and then they take our people's pride and go and sell it to foreigners. These are supposed to be custodians of their inheritance from their forefathers. And they completely forgot them. It's almost as if they don't even remember their own great-great-grandparents anymore. They are just there serving other people's interests. This question remains: do they even understand that we are our own people? West Africa. Let me see if I can find Africa map here. So some people see. Look at the map of Africa. Well, this is West Africa. Look at West Africa. West Africa is made up of about 500 million people. And it's not up to, I think, 400 million. And Nigeria is a majority in West Africa, actually. If you include all the Nigerians outside in West Africa and everything. They are a majority in West Africa. This is our sphere of influence. And some time ago, we used to exert a little bit of that. That's why we were able to create ECOWAS. But over time, we're getting weaker and weaker and weaker to the point whereby we wanted to even create the eco currency and we flopped that one. And when we flopped it, our leaders were pretending as if it never happened. They didn't even make one statement about it. Because the French just came and ate their lunch. The French just came, ate their lunch, and they just say, you know what, we surrender. Let them surrender to master. Master did it all. And guess what happened? After the French did sabotage that eco currency, where did the Tinubu go for treatment? France. Repeatedly, France. And the reason why it's not traveling now is because they've started bringing the doctors to Nigeria. And something tells me, guess where those doctors are probably going to be coming from? France again. That's why I asked the same question. Do these people even understand sovereignty at all? Do they even understand it? And if they don't understand it, how do we get them to understand it? Can we change their minds somehow? Is it possible to change the mind of elites that are so hell-bent on a culture that is destroying their own people, that they want to be buying yachts while other people are suffering? And they tell us to suffer, let's just suffer for a bit. They want to be spending time. Even the NLC leader that was brutalized recently, one of the first things he did was, after he was beaten up and taking his pictures and everything, then they flew him overseas. They flew him straight overseas. These things should be common sense. I don't know why it's not common sense for us, because even European countries, they don't travel to each other's country for treatment. European countries don't travel to each other's country for treatment because they understand that their security is very important. The US is tapping the phone of the German Chancellor. The German Chancellor, if they get a chance, will tap the phone of Joe Biden. That is how nobody trusts anybody other than us. How do we change these elites, their mind? Because they are very, very hard to dislodge. I must say, this is the bad news I will bring to Nigerians. If you think you are going to dislodge your elites, you better be prepared for bloodshed. They are extremely difficult to dislodge. If you look at the countries that have dislodged their elites, it's either through massive conflict that removed them, then the new set came on, or there is a massive revolution that they had to wipe them out. A lot of them have to be wiped out. China, they literally turned on, even intellectuals. They turned on intellectuals in China. In Russia, they decimated the royal family and all the monarchs, all the people that used to own a lot of things, because they don't want to give up any power. They decimated a lot of them. In France, the same thing. So it's very difficult to dislodge elites. And in these modern times, and given the situation we are in Nigeria, how do you dislodge them? Because any kind of upheaval is going to be, I don't think any upheaval, a massive upheaval right now, would do us that much good. Because I fear that the people that are surrounding us, that we all know, they will come on and take advantage of it and plant their person in there. And then we'll just circle around again, the same things. Sometimes you get lucky. Like the countries in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, they are quite lucky. They got leaders that are trying to fight for their own people right now, but we are watching this space because they too have issues. They have one of the issues that you have to say is not a very good thing, where they invited foreign powers that are more powerful than them. They invited the mercenaries into their own country to help guarantee their security. Sometimes you need that. But what are you doing with almost 10 million, 20 million, and 8 million people? Some of these countries have millions of people and they don't use them. They just keep them there. Like, stay. You are children. You can't do anything for yourselves. While you have a country like Singapore, barely 6 million people, and look at what they've accomplished. Look at South Korea. What is wrong with our leadership? And this is not only a Nigerian problem, this is almost the entire black community problem. If you go in America too, can you tell me today in America that you have any serious black leadership in the African American community? You don't have any very serious one. If you look at the African ones too, the same thing. They're almost headless chickens. The only one that seems to be behaving really reasonably well right now is when you look at the Kenyan president. He seems to be doing the right things. He literally said, you know what? All African nations are welcome into this country. Why? Sometimes I wonder why I even need to ask the question. How is it that even his next door neighbor didn't say, you know what, all of us, let's just do it at the same time? Do you know when they do that, all the passports of those African countries suddenly becomes more powerful? But no, it's too hard. Why should they do that? They have to come out and tell their people that we will allow you to travel freely in your own continent. It's too hard. Why is common sense not common sense among black people? Why is it so hard for common sense to reign? Is it a kind of madness? Because I was studying something about the psychosis of a population. You know, they gave examples about the American witch hunt, and where they were killing a lot of witches. As a matter of fact, in some parts of Europe, they said they killed so many witches that women that they almost ran out of women. People go crazy sometimes. Populations can go crazy. Is that what is happening to us that we don't recognize? Because the way we are behaving doesn't make sense. It simply doesn't make sense. Look at, there is a conflict going on here right now. This is one of the richest countries in the world. This is Congo here, one of the richest countries in the world. Nigeria's population from here surpasses almost all the countries' population put together in here until you get to Congo. And Nigeria doesn't even have any influence past this border here. Not one influence past it. This is supposed to be our backyard. All this area is supposed to be our backyard, and our leaders left it for others to take care of. The French are all over here. They are running this shot all over here. The French are everywhere here. French troops everywhere, running the whole story, and their countries are prospering while they leave our people like headless chicken. Even the minimum, just to run. Let's say we don't do anything about West Africa or anything else. How about running Nigeria okay? How about just putting Nigeria first? Everywhere in Nigeria. How about just stop talking about tribalism, religious, like El-Rufai, religious supremacism, cronyism? Is he going to kill them to say, you know what? Let's just do some stuff to make sure we are good. Let's just do some stuff to make sure, you know, our children can go to school. Our people have a future. They've not guaranteed anything. When the election happened, and some people were afraid, and during the court cases, I think that was after the judgment of the Supreme Court, this is petition for election. So when the judgment was released, and people were worried that there was going to be a coup or something like that, and guess what happened within a few days? A British warship came to Nigeria. A British warship into Nigeria. Does that sound like a free country? They say, oh, they are coming to do military exercises. This is a country that talked about invading Africa. And one of the ways they say they're going to invade us is through this way, and our leaders are welcoming them. They are always very happy to welcome foreigners. You see how Tinubu is running all over the world, asking them to come and invest in Nigeria. Do you see him running all over the world, asking Nigerians to come back? Nigerians are the ones you want to return, not foreigners. Why is he so happy for foreigners to come and own stuff in Nigeria? Why are they so happy to say foreigners should come and own stuff in Nigeria? How does that even make sense? Your priority is foreigners come and put money in Nigeria so that my people get jobs and just remain. Maybe they learn a few things from there. Maybe that's their trick. But you have so many Nigerians, so many black people, millions of them out there that you are not reaching out to return to Nigeria. Have you had Tinubu go to the African American community and say, you know what, let's have a meeting and talk about how we can work together? No, he hasn't done that once. And many African leaders haven't done that. They would rather run to World Bank for everything that they need. Because our elites are not there for us. I keep telling people, These people, we need to either educate them somehow, and they too need to be watching some of all these things that are going on in the world. We need to be having some serious discussion, because I don't want bloodshed in Nigeria. Neither do I want bloodshed in Africa. At the rate that they are pushing our people, they are pushing the people to the brink. And when we start fighting each other, I fear that it's going to guarantee our subjugation in time. And it's not going to be very long. The world is not waiting for us. China is developing very rapidly. India is developing very rapidly. The West are developing very rapidly. And every day, we keep having power outages. You know what that means? When you keep having power outages, you are never going to develop. You are not going to catch up. It's like we are just operating with one hand tied behind our back constantly. And these leaders refuse to fix it. I can tell you that they are not doing a lot to fix it. If they were, you would know. If a leader wants to fix something, if people want to fix something, I don't think I will put it only on the leaders, the people. If they truly want something fixed, they will fix it. It looks like we are used to suffering. We are used to being subservient. We are also scared of asserting ourselves. And by being scared, it's going to guarantee what you're afraid of is going to happen. You know how they say that the fear of danger can be more dangerous than the danger itself. I can tell you right now, if Nigerian leaders say, you know what, we want to do stuff in our own way now, we want to go to our own Africans, open the doors, tell Benin Republic, we are going to have our alliances together, we are going to have military pact, we are going to have military pact with Togo, we are going to have military, in short, ECOWAS is going to be a military pact too. You attack one, you attack all. Go to Central Africa, we are going to trade with each other. We like it or not, let's all of us open our borders. Let's open African trade up. Then go to this once you put security in the country, you don't even need to go to abroad to go and invite Nigerians to come back home. They will be running back home, I assure you. That P2B is correct on. P2B always said, fix Nigeria, they will come back. That is true. But I wanted him to say that he will encourage them too, because you also want to do the extra work to say, you know what, if 10 was supposed to return, 20 should return. Because when all that brain returns to the continent and returns to the country, you will see development skyrocket. China can literally build a city every other year if they wanted to. But Nigeria is dragging its level. Even to just normal road, we can't even do. Yesterday, I saw a road where a trailer is like completely swallowed by the road. It's like, what is happening to our people? Anytime they see any money, they steal it. They give them money to go and fix their own road. They will go and embezzle it and put it for their children and maybe send some of them overseas too. And most of the things they spend the money on anyway is not even made in Nigeria stuff. It's consumption. And all this ranting I'm ranting right now, what it means is not for nothing, no. The consequences on the day of reckoning, you know how the Bible put it, woe unto them that are with child and the ones that are suckling, because that day is going to be a day of retribution, a day of things that you don't ever want to wish it on your people. And people don't know how it feels, because they don't necessarily transport themselves back into the days when our countries were being taken over and colonized. They don't think, they were not there, so they don't know. Can you imagine if you were in Benin City when the Europeans came in and they destroyed the entire thing, destroyed the Oba Palace, everything in sight, and took your Oba and sent him on exile? And many African kingdoms saw that. They destroyed everything and took everything. You were not around to see it, so you don't know. So all the people that were around after that, they were all cultured by Europeans. So they don't know. Why would the Europeans leave them with the knowledge of, oh my God, we're so brutal with you, we destroyed everything that your people own and everything, we stole everything from you and gave you a religion? They won't tell you that. And the people that remember, somehow they are voiceless. Either they have been eliminated or discouraged, or they are silent for whatever reason. Because we don't see a lot of them. I don't hear a lot of them. All we are obsessed with, most of our people, which is crazy. This is why I think maybe there's a psychosis going on here. All we are obsessed with is constitution. All we are obsessed with is separation. When the world is telling you that you have bigger problems to worry about, separation and constitution is the list of your problems. The results are out there in the world. There are nations that are far more homogeneous than Nigeria, and they are still fighting. They are still fighting as we speak. And some people will still argue for separation. There are nations that are just as, how do I put it again, poor as Nigeria. They are still together and doing better even than us. You look at India. India has a lot of poor people, and look at how much they're advancing. There are nations that are without constitution. They don't even have a proper constitution. Like the one I'm sitting in now, the UK, don't even have a proper constitution. And yet our Nigerians keep arguing let's go and rewrite it. That's our problem. That is not your problem. That has never been our problem. We've just never fixed what we're supposed to fix. We didn't fix our security, and we didn't innovate. That is what we failed in doing when they came and took our lands before. And we never bothered to fix it. It's crazy. That should be the first priority. It's like somebody come and robbing you in your house. After they broke your locks and everything, rob you, then they left. You left the door that they broken down. You left it like that. And then you actually invite them to come and steal more from the house. That is exactly what we are doing. That's exactly how we exist. And our people refuse to recognize it. That's why I say, is it a psychosis? If somebody comes and robs you, is it the proper thing not to do is after they leave, you repair the door that they damaged, the window that they broke into, you repair it. And possibly even make it stronger. So that next time you don't get robbed. But can you tell me, can anybody truly tell me that any of our countries have managed to fix that? Do that simple, primary, common sense thing. None of them have done it. And they are wondering why we are in the mess we are in. None. They've not bothered to do it. They left us fallow. And our people, when you tell them this type of stuff, many of them are like, why are you talking about this type of stuff? If I was here talking about Biafra right now, you will see how many people that are here. If I was here talking about Oduduwa or Nnamdi Kanu, you will see them. But yeah, that's not what is going to save you. That is not what is going to save you. That's not what's going to stop our women and children getting kidnapped day in, day out. We all know what happens. Is it a psychosis? As they say. Is it a form of psychosis that we refuse? Is it a form of fear that is embedded in us because of what has happened in history that, you know what, don't question this. Don't say anything. Pretend as if everything is going to be okay. You can't play dead in this world, though. If you play dead, you are assuming that people are blind. They can't see you. But you can play dead all you want, but they can see you. In time, they will return. And they say it, so this is not me making it up. They have said they will return. Almost like Christ. When the time comes, they will invade again. And our people, instead of them to prepare for all eventualities, many of them are just like, hey, what maybe we should worry about Jagaban, because Jagaban is at the heart of the problem. I think it's not only. I don't think it's only Jagabano. This thing is deeper. It's a lot deeper. I can play. I wanted to play a lot of videos and a lot of posts about just to watch so that people see so many things that points to the fact that our people are just something is seriously wrong with us. And if you think about it, why I say there's something seriously wrong with us, because the solution is not hard. It's crazy. This is something that South Korea knew in 1960. This is something that China knew in 1950. Most of these people knew them a lot earlier, and they did it. They just went on and did it anyway. But we just sit there and pretend as if everything is all right. It's not all right. I am tired of seeing our people getting treated so badly everywhere. You go to Morocco, you see how they are shot to pieces at the borders. The ones in the country, they keep their head down because they are scared. They don't know what is going to happen to them. You go to Libya, they are treated like trash. They go to Middle East, most of them are working as maids and servants to serve other people. This is a problem. It's a serious problem. And our people, I don't know what I'm going to say to wake people up to this fact. The problem is not hard to fix. It's just two critical ingredients we need. Just enough of us getting to that position can transform a whole nation. You just need to fix your security and you just need to innovate. Two simple things. If you start doing that, everything will start healing itself. As a matter of fact, security on its own will start healing the nation. Because when you have that, many of the brains that have left Nigeria will start returning. I've been in a meeting here in the West where people from Nigeria and an elder from Nigeria came and spoke to professionals here. And one of their biggest concerns, that's the top concern, was security. Many of them have had decades of experience in the West. They have wealth of knowledge, but they can't come back because they don't feel safe. The second one was healthcare. But our leaders travel overseas to get their treatment and leave the country without proper healthcare facilities. When I'm watching Gaza recently, and all the bombing going on in Gaza, I was quite shocked to see how well their healthcare system seems to be compared to that of Nigeria. I've seen some Nigerian hospitals. It looks like, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't even know the word to describe it. It's not, I can't compare it to any of the hospitals that I see in Gaza. Because some of them just look like one kind of a slum apartment with chairs in there. The walls are barely painted, and you go into the next room, you see a doctor, and when he gives you prescription, the prescription paper will be this long for malaria, and you wonder why people die without cause. Because they are incentivized to want to sell as much medicine to you, so you pay them as much, because they are strapped for cash themselves. The whole system is decaying. Has there been any improvements that you can say, oh, something has improved in Nigeria? Yeah, there has been some improvements here and there. But the name of the game is keep them strong enough not to collapse, and definitely weak enough never to actually industrialize and develop. That is the name of the game. You always go like this, up, down, like a wave. You never really ascend. Our people should wake up to the game that has been played on us. Whether our leaders are completely aware of this game, or they are just, brainwashed like everyone else, but they need to wake up to it. It's not that complicated problem. And I don't see anything stopping them right now. If they decide that they want to defend the country, nobody can stop them right now. Maybe in the 90s, the West was so powerful in the 90s, they will stop them. But if they decide to do it today, Tinubu decides that he's going to defend Nigerian territory today and Nigeria's sovereignty, nobody can stop them. Nobody will. The opportunity is there now to do it. Because if the West comes after them, the world is becoming multipolar. There is Russia, there is China, there is India. There are options. And there is even Nigeria. We are not attacking anybody. Why would they attack us? They will not have any leg to stand on to attack us because we just want our own resources. We want to control ourselves. We don't want to be buying your stuff constantly so that we impoverish ourselves. We don't want to be borrowing your money so that we get into poverty constantly. You keep telling us the condition that we borrow your money so that we cannot, we have to give our healthcare facilities to your foreign companies. You saw how Dangote was so quick to bring Bill Gates to come and sell he was basically helping them take charge of our healthcare system and our agricultural system. The Nigerians are eating genetically modified crops without even their consent. Why would you seek their consent when they are so hungry? We have what they call an Indomie generation, and I watch them and think, oh my God, they are living on Indomie, and the consequences are all there. So many of them have asthma. So many of them have this is ulcer. And they are so quick to fall ill. In Nigeria, I'm surprised how quickly people fall ill in Nigeria. It's not because here in the West I'm taking medication. I'm not taking medication. But they fall ill so easily. God knows how many have perished just because of some of the poisons that they are feeding them in Nigeria. Nigerians were feeding better in the 2000s and 1990s, some 1980s. So it's almost like every single year things are getting worse with the kind of diet we are eating. It's just unconscionable, some of the things. If I start reeling them out, and I hope one of the things I'm going to like to do is that this is not going to be a very long session. The people that are going to come on, I would like you to share some, if you have links of some of the things that you consider like you consider unpatriotic or of our leaders doing some of all these things that you feel like you shouldn't be doing this sort of stuff. You are supposed to be helping your people, not looking to undermine and encourage the kind of bad things that are going on in the country. If you have videos of those, we would like to share it so that we can discuss some of all these things, because there are too many of them. I didn't have a lot of time to put this session together, and I think maybe this session is going to have a part 2 where we'll gather the evidence. I would like people to gather the evidence of the things our leaders have been doing to undermine us, and let the ones that also want to defend them. I think TA is a very good candidate to defend. That wants to defend, show us the thing they've done to prevent us being in this mess. Because it's so clear. I've witnessed it. I've not been always in Nigerian affairs every time, but I witnessed a situation whereby Nigerians are in so much distress. There was so much tension in the air, and not one Nigerian leader came out to say anything. I felt bad for Nigerians. Our president barely even makes a speech to Nigerians. They treat us like trash, and I will at least accept it. They all bow down for the president. They're always happy to say the president is very, very powerful until they defeat the president in court for one stupid reason or the other. And often when they defeat the president in court, it's for something that they shouldn't even win. Like when the president wanted to ask them to give a local government chairman the money from federal, they say pause, the governors defeated the federal government. That's the kind of stuff they like to win. Anything that empowers the people directly, no, you can't have that. You can't have that. You can't have a fair system where people can go to an election and cast their vote and choose their leader. No. If you have that, that will just, it's too much. Okay, you that want to rig election, what are you looking to do for the people? What are you looking to do for the people if you want to rig election? It's like you rig election just to sabotage the people. And what makes it worse is that you guys should hear this. The things that they are doing It doesn't even profit them much. They will be better off supporting their nations. They will be richer for it. But yet, they won't even do that. This is why it's almost like madness. What is going on here? They will be richer if they were more patriotic to Nigerians. They can't even make themselves. They don't even want to make them. They would rather just live like poor rulers than actually ascend to their true heritage. I don't even know how to say that word. I can't even believe that these people are the ones that inherited Africa. It's unbelievable. And I believe that even people, when they see us, they're like, Jesus Christ. God must have been very unfair to us. How did he give them this place? Fortify them all this while. And they are so hopeless. Yeah, I'm looking at this post, this thing, I think there was this issue that, that has been going around. 7 million naira diffusers for Sanwo-Olu's office, 2 billion naira for rechargeable fans and lights. Oh my God. Those are millions of dollars. Those are millions of dollars. They are abusing the people regularly. Look at this. You know what? See, if these people are doing all these things, they take the money, rob us, and then spend the money in Nigeria. It's not going to pay me too much. Oh, hey God. It's not going to hurt me too much. If they take this money, they spend this money, and then put it back in Nigeria, and we are able to pay our security forces, pay our nurses out, it's not going to pay me that much. It's what they do with it. That's the worst part. You know why I said that? Because even the West, you see this theft go on. If you go to Pentagon budgets, they can't even track their money there. But guess what? They put their nation first. There's evidence that is coming out now that one of the reasons why they did away with Kennedy in the first place was because he wasn't like keen on defending their interests. Like, if you don't defend your national interests, they will get rid of you. Because they want to make more. They want to build more. They want to keep building more. The Americans, one of the first things they did when they defeated Japan during the Second World War, they dismantled or downgraded most of their multinational companies. Some of the big companies that they had. You know why? Because they said those big companies were profiteering from the war machine of the Japanese state. Because the companies were propping up the state to make the state strong and produce stuff for the state. But do you see Nigerian companies trying to make Nigeria strong? They don't. These people don't really. It's like they don't have any interest in building the nation. Why? What do they do when they have meetings? Discuss side chicks and how much money they just stole and looking to take to the West. What do they discuss? That Dangote will be so happy to bring foreigners to literally take over our entire healthcare system. There are cases of women going to hospital, men going to hospital. They will take their organs they don't even know in Nigeria. They don't even let them know their organ is about to be taken. And then in some cases, there was this law somebody was debating the other day. I don't know how true that is, but the Nigerian was arguing that some of the laws that Bill Gates has managed to put into our constitution regarding healthcare has undermined individual rights to their organs. That a medical professional could decide that in the case of an emergency to take your organ. And there is I don't know, from watching it, because I don't always like to, be very, very categorical. I'm sure Show must have found that out today when he gave me some information. I was asking, are you sure this is true? Because I always want to confirm whether what I'm saying is actually accurate. But as accurate as it gets, that guy was actually quoting from the Constitution, saying that this rule here undermines individual Nigerians' right to their organs. That they get bribed by foreigners and they just come and sell their people. What is the difference between that and just selling our people as slaves? What is the difference between that? We sell people for umbrellas, we sell people for ogogoro, we sell people for mirror, we sell human beings that can invent those mirrors. Oh. And these same people, they still don't want to learn. Have you had any Nigerian leader tell our people that are traveling overseas, please slow down? Slow down. Don't be so eager to travel fast overseas. This is why I ask this question. Do these people understand sovereignty? Do these people care about their own people at all? Not one. You don't see Wole Soyinka coming out because it's very good to talk about the Bajue and all the rest too. You don't see him coming out and saying, for the national good, you guys should consider staying at home. I can understand the need to travel overseas if things are bad for you, but the middle class, you don't have any real purpose to go. And if you are going, this is what you need to put in place to make sure you do No, you don't see all that. It's like free for all. It might actually be worse now than it was before. This is a monologue. I think this guy said I'm doing a monologue. Yeah, in a way it is. Because I just feel like I need to have some things off my chest. Obviously, I'm going to let some people, people come in and talk about it. And like I said, I would like people to share more links. I think I thank you for sharing that link there. Because there are many of these leaders, you see them, they really do undermine our people. They do a lot to undermine our people. And you have to argue that many Nigerians are very eager to undermine their own people. They refuse. Some of them don't even want to see their own people as human beings. Some of them, our own people, not only the elites. Yesterday I was on this panel and it was very clear that some of them were arguing that if Nigeria was attacked, fellow Nigerians would not want to fight in that fight. Because it depends on the area that was attacked. That if the North was attacked, the South would not want to join. At least some sections of the South. They'll be like, that's not my fight. I'm not going to go. What is wrong with our people? Is this a psychosis? How is it that you can't understand that when your people are attacked, you have to defend your people? It's common sense. And they went on to say, they even acknowledged it when I raised the point that if the Oyibo man come today, give you gun and say, go and kill your fellow Nigerians because of the things you have, the grudges you have against fellow Nigerians, you'll be shocked how many Nigerians will take that opportunity. And that goes back to this question. Are we mad or something? Is this a kind of madness that has possessed us, that we can't see beyond our nose anymore? Many of us are individually clever people. But when it comes to looking at group mentality, it's a different one. And we tend to be we tend to lack empathy for each other. Total lack of empathy. That we will be so happy to take gun from Oyibo man and go and kill our own. They will be very happy to do it today, right now. And they wouldn't think about the big picture. They don't care whether the Oyibo man is their master. They would rather, as long as that man in Nigeria is not their master, they are fine. They don't even care that Oyibo man hates them. That Oyibo man, okay, I wouldn't say Oyibo man just hates them, but the policy of the Oyibo man is to make sure they don't prosper. They don't care. But as long as they go after that, their fellow black man in Nigeria, Their fellow black man in Nigeria, not just a stranger. This is the same kind of people that have lived with them for thousands of years. Unbelievable. It's like fighting amongst family and they refuse to see sense. There is no way people fight like that, they are going to prosper. You cannot prosper. Forget prosperity, and you may actually forget survival. If prosperity is the only problem you have, you may recover. But survival, you are not going to recover from not surviving. Oh. Once you are gone, you are gone. The Neanderthals are not going to make a comeback. I doubt the Red Indians will ever make a comeback. I'm sorry to say. You can't trade for me, I find it, because the primary thing in life is to survive. If you cannot help your people survive, get out of the way. If you cannot enrich your people's lives so that they can stand a chance of surviving, what are you doing then? Are we just dancing to the grave slowly while other people look down on us? And the only time most of our people remember is when people are mean to us overseas. That's when we remember that, oh my God, we are so useless. Oh, now I remember, we are still useless. I thought we were not. With all the this thing, what they call it, Afrobeats business that's going on. Oh, it's when Saudi Arabia kicks us out, South Africa kicks us out, this in Dubai. Everywhere we go, Seychelles is even kicking our people out. Whenever they kick us out, that's when we remember, oh my God. This is, oh, we are still as useless as we were. Oh, I see. Things are even getting worse. Oh, yeah. Now we get it. But they will go back and repeat the same thing again when they get home. Don't we have shame anymore? We like to say we have pride. And actually, when you see individual Nigerians, they are so arrogant. It's unbelievable, really. You know, according to one European, it says, an unending arrogance. You are arrogant without even earning it. You know, the other day I was at the Nigerian embassy in the UK, and they were queuing up. And when I looked at the shoes of most Nigerians there, and compared to the shoes Europeans that were walking past were wearing, our shoes were more expensive. Our shoes were more expensive than theirs. They are just living. They are managing whatever they've got. I've seen Indians come to the UK and they buy £10 trainers, and the guy was like, "Oh, this £10 I would have bought a cheaper one if I could get away with it. Because I'm not in India, I can't get any cheaper, so I just bought it £10." And if they tell you how much this same person is earning, this person is earning the north of £50,000. And he's buying £10 worth of trainers. You know what £50,000 is? What is that? More than 50 million he's earning. Nigerians will want to bling with that one. Like, let's bling it out, because we don't know ourselves. We don't know where we are. We think this is a joke. I don't even know why they spared us this long. Why we haven't been given a serious wake-up call. Maybe they don't want to wake us up because they know we are actually quite big people. We are not small. We are Nigerians, 200 million, but then we are bigger than that. The Niger Google group is 1.3 billion, and they are by far the weakest in the group in the world. As a matter of fact, they are practically the only weak group in the world in terms of the great races that are over 1 billion. We are the only weak ones. The Indians come second, but they are a nuclear power and they are a spacefaring civilization. None of our nations are spacefaring. None of our nations are nuclear powers. We are practically absent in terms of research in this world. We barely do any research on anything. And the little research we do, we'll probably do it for foreigners too, so it doesn't even belong to us. So let me see if I can take some of the comments. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just being a little bit selfish today. I don't know why, really. let me share the link. Let me share the link. I need to share the link. I think it's a bit interesting. I have a lot on my mind because when people come, maybe that's why actually. Because when people come online, they won't let me talk. They will like, "Oh, you're talking too much." Yes. Don't stop interrupting people. And all these people on the chat, rule one, you are probably the worst. You're like, stop interrupting people. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. All that kind of stuff. People will say that to me constantly. And Patricia, that's what she too will be telling me. Stop talking. Stop talking. You are interrupting people all the time. So that's what you guys tell me. So maybe it's good that I get it off my chest so it will be easier for me to speak to people about these matters. You see what I mean? So I think maybe that's a good way to go about it. Yeah, I can see you all there. I can see Ruwan and Kenin and Olumide is here now. Let's see, antivirus. That name is really odd, I don't know where that came from. Did you invent an antivirus software, or are you the virus?
But forefathers, what moved the needle for you? What took you a long time to get to this stage?
I think I've always been here, to be fair. This is why I call them caretaker governments. They are not ruling.
No. I mean, I've always known you from the beginning when I personally always antagonize your view because I've always thought maybe you were affiliated with these politicians, particularly APC, or you were always in defense of the government, even when clearly they were in the wrong. So my own thought was, I mean, maybe I don't see you changing or budging, but I mean, I'm kind of surprised when you started talking today, and I'm like, when did things change for forefathers?
I think you misunderstood me then, because I've always been like this. I think it's just that I like things to be factual. We can't just blanket say stuff to people. I feel like we need to embed ourselves in truth and reality, because that is very, very important. And I think that is part of the power that the West understood. That is one of their key achievements. If you look at what they did, they separated religion from science. That is a massive change that they made, and that change, it sounds simple. You see that, isn't it? But it led to this transformation in scientific achievement that they got. So that's why it's good to have things. And what that scientific stuff did was to make things more accurate.
No. What I'm saying, forefathers, is when did you start to see that the Nigerian government is not treating the people right? When did you start to see that they were treated that? I mean, we have always been talking about this for a long, long time, but
I think I've seen it forever. I'm surprised you are saying that. I've seen it. I've known about it for a very long time. Like when I came on the Nigerian space.
Well, you seem to be always putting up a defense for them.
I'm not. If you look at the first video I posted on my channel, is the question I asked there is that why are we the least defended people on this planet? That's what and the second one was about the opportunities that are coming up. I've always when I saw what was going on, I felt like, oh my God, there's something seriously wrong with them. And I'm beginning to think that it's not as straightforward as we think. It's a societal thing. And when maybe some other time I'll play the video, because those people, they have so many views about they have 2 million subscribers, so I don't want to play their video, they're too popular. But they were narrating this stuff about societal psychosis, where sometimes society can go crazy. They start doing things that don't make sense. Even when they know this stuff is not in their interest, they still keep doing it anyway. So, and that's something that, and in a way, the question Righteous Man asked yesterday about whether it's a spiritual problem we have, that's what leads to that kind of question. Because the reason why he's asking is that, why are we going through all this? It doesn't make sense. Societies go through these things, and our elites, for some reason, they don't seem to they have not woken up to it, even when they see our people being slaughtered. They see our people being treated. Do you know how many Nigerians get beheaded in Saudi Arabia? Nobody cares. Or in China, they get executed. Or in Malaysia, nobody cries about them. We get treated like trash everywhere we go. Not to mention in Nigeria, you get kidnapped, IDP camps, all kinds of nonsense go on. Look at how many people they found in the abattoir area in Imo State the other day. It's like nothing. Our lives mean nothing. It's as if the poverty is not bad enough. Then they still get to treat us terribly on top of it. How did we get to this point where it's almost as if we are fatherless people? There is nothing there for us. These people don't care about their people. Tinubu doesn't even tell Nigerians, you know what? Can we just slow down on the dollar? We like to blink on dollar. Can we just slow down to help our currency? He doesn't even do that. Can we just buy maybe more Nigerian-made stuff and fund Nigerian-made products at the same time? You will see that the decay in the Nigerian value currency right now will reduce a little bit. But no, just one speech could help so many people, but you won't even do it. You can't even do that. It tells you that these people, they don't seem to care about their own people. The only time Tinubu wanted to take serious action was when he wanted to invade Niger. Oh, suddenly he was so keen on invading Niger for democratic reasons. And this is the same man that they are willing to put people that are very partisan into electoral commission. Is this madness?
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, we are at a point now where it doesn't seem things are going to get better, but only get worse for the Nigerian people. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just unfortunate.
If you look at the Nigerian space, the map and everything, what we've got going for us, we can do so many things. And I think if we do it now, nobody can stop us. I can understand our leaders are afraid before. If we try to do everything, strike out on our own, all these people will come and cause problem for our government. No, now they won't do anything to us. So why are we not moving? Because Tinubu is ill, he has to get his treatment. Is that why he is scared? What is he afraid of?
Well, I mean, he has people who surround him. Obviously, the people who even surround him and are supposed to be his minders are everybody is in there for what they can grab and run away with, obviously. So whether they are Yoruba, special advisors, Igbo, South, or whatever part of the country they come from, everybody just wants to grab. So obviously that's the stage they are in.
So because Uzo, the question I asked yesterday, when we're having during the later stage, which was a bit depressing. Yeah, greetings, righteous man. Yeah, it looks like your video is a little bit still. Your picture is still. Move a little bit, so just to confirm you're moving. Why are you laughing, Uzo? It's not moving. The picture is not moving. I think you are frozen. The picture is frozen, but your audio is fine. So, Uzo, when I asked the question about this thing that whether fellow Nigerians will take up arms against other Nigerians if they were given the opportunity, the South Indian guy says yes, they will take it, and I that was really sad to see because
say something about me. If I catch you, I don't go make you drink. He just says some people.
Some Southeasterners that were on the panel. No, not everybody, of course.
Some people must see the 5 person as a Southeasterner.
Okay, fine. Okay, if you can put that. Don't start with me now. See, because they were being okay, fine. Maybe I shouldn't put it like that. But some Nigerians on the panel yesterday clearly said they were going to they were going to take the weapon to fight fellow Nigerians. And what makes that so sad is because just about 100 or so years ago, that's exactly what was happening in Nigeria. Maybe 120 years, 30 years. That's what was happening in Nigeria. We're taking arms of foreign to fight each other.
Forefather. The truth on ground, the level of the truth on ground, per se, Nigerians are scared to die. None of them. Don't forget that they come here and talk. Give any of our weapon, one of them go tear raise. Nigeria is the only country that are scared to die. All right? Because they have, listen, it's very hard for you to say a reasonable Nigerian person that want to go to war, want to die, and leave what you have behind. Every Nigerian person, being wherever he is, has something he can look back to. Nobody wants war, nobody wants to die. So forget all this. The truth of ground is that, some country will be aflame if what's going on in Nigeria with some countries. But Nigerians are very, very patient, and there is no resilience. Are like nobody want to die. Leave that story that I carry. I wish I want carry.
I'm sorry to say though, but if you look at there are some parts of Nigeria like the north that are fighting right now, and the plateau areas, including the southeast, there are people that are willing to do that and also die in the process of what they are doing.
No, it's different. When you say people want to die for ideology they believe in, all right, it's different. Ideology I believe in is different. Not everybody believes in that ideology, all right. It's different from Nigerians want to put around Nigerians. You believe in an ideology of kidnapping. If people kidnap, that's what they believe in. So people ideology. What the ideology you believe in? People kill every day. All right, it doesn't matter how you put it. But when you say Nigeria are ready to carry against Nigeria, that means you are putting everybody, both rich for everybody, together in the same boat.
I get what you mean there. I get what you mean. So it's not like everybody.
Boko Haram is not the ideology I have. Ideology of a hip-hop is not the same ideology. It's not of a cultist. It's not the same ideology somebody else have. They fight for their own stuff, not for Nigerians. So,
but that is true on that front. However, even our average on average, many of us share a kind of feeling of a kind of adversity towards
but I
the
kind
other
of differ
groups.
from Uzo's submission in the sense that
Forefather.
Nigeria is Uzo.
Your
Nigeria
image is not moving.
Nigeria is
Forefather.
keeping. Nigeria is
Yeah, righteous
keeping.
man. I can hear you. If you want to say something, you can go ahead.
Yeah, you see.
Nigeria is keeping.
Olumide, let him say something, because righteous man hasn't said anything at all since he got in.
Yeah, Forefather, good evening. Olumide and Uzo, good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Yeah, you see, we have a fundamental problem. When I lived in Germany, is sincerity. I discovered that the man of color were not sincere to ourselves. As long as whatever that is happening benefits you and it doesn't touch you and your family, you're okay.
That's true.
We know, honestly, in our heart of hearts, that there is a problem in Nigeria. And those problems are not hidden. They are looking at our faces every day by day. But for us to come as the people and agree that actually this is the problem is a difficult thing. Because when we begin to analyze the problem, the Igbo man will see where he is wrong and he will not admit that he is wrong in this area. The Hausa man will not agree. The Middle Belt man will not agree. The Fulani man will not agree. The Yoruba man will not agree. So there is no part of this country that want to admit their fault. So that have led us to live in hypocrisy. That's the fundamental problem we have. Nigeria from the onset was not structured to grow. I mean, real estate industry. If you want to build, the foundation you lay, if you're professional, if you're trained, the foundation you lay when you want to build two-story building, it's not the same foundation you lay when you want to raise a one-story building or a bungalow.
You are forgetting the fact that we actually emanated from a regional system that was working. So we had a foundation that worked.
Hold on, let me finish. So like somebody posted in our construction community last week. He said he wants to manage a material for somebody, and the person wants him to use 6 mm iron rod, for the pillars. And then he was asking for opinion. I told him, I said, if you try it, in fact, that building will not last 2 years because the 6 mm iron rod we have today in Nigeria has been reduced. It's no longer the 6 mm of those days. And the best material we use for building today, as far as iron rod is concerned, is coming from Ukraine, called Tiger. A ton of Tiger we used to buy at 285,000 is now 670,000. So if you are building a house and you want it to be solid and you use the 6 mm to lay the foundation of it, in 2 years it will collapse. That was what happened to Nigeria. Before, I used to blame Zik. But I read a book while I was in Germany about how Zik was betrayed by the British. The African Continental Bank called ACB, which was in charge of the Eastern region. Zik wanted to follow what Awolowo was, profiling that time as the solution to Nigeria. I mean, Nigeria's problem. So the British came to him and told him that they are going to declare him corrupt because he borrowed money from African Continental Bank, ACB, to finance his electioneering. So they now gave him condition, and that condition was to accept Tafawa Balewa as the prime minister against his own brother. That's the divide and rule system, against his own brother, which was Awolowo. And later on, Awolowo saw it as a betrayer. That was where the division between the Igbos and the Yoruba started. It's not even the Biafran war. So Awolowo took offense that, this is my brother that I have already, we are educated, we've discussed. They know that these Northerners, their value system is different from ours, and we have shared together to come together to form a common goal. And look at now, at this time, he has betrayed me, without knowing that the British was behind that betrayal. And that was how Zik conceded. And then Awolowo went back and sowed that seed of discord in Ibadan. That why would they allow
but just because they selected some other person is not an excuse to say, okay, this guy betrayed me, also the whole country goes to pot.
No, hold on. The foundation I'm laying here is why we can't solve our problem. The most dangerous weapon you will use to rule people is divide and rule system. It's a dangerous weapon. Just look at a guy I met in ABC Transport. I took ABC from Lagos because my friend, we lived together in Germany. He lost his mother. So I was traveling for the burial of the mother. Then I stopped at Overhead Bridge on Echa. So the guy I stopped with, we're discussing. Unfortunately, I was amazed that this guy is from Abia State. But at first, when we were discussing, he told me he's from Bayelsa. He's a really good guy. Then I was asking myself, why did you first deceive me that you are from Bayelsa? He said, Oga. He said, as he lived there, if he ever said that he's an Igbo man, all those contracts he's getting, he will never get it. He has to deny his identity. That is how rotten and divided that this country is. So you deny your identity because of what you will get. Then tell me how that society will survive.
See, but righteous man, though, let me just add this quickly, though.
Let me round up. The Nigerian problem is a hypocritical something. We have not yet agreed to be one. Our oneness is a theory. Our oneness is, let it not be as if I want Nigeria to be divided. Okay, let us remain as one. But in reality, in practical terms, Nigerians have not agreed to be one. And that is the fundamental problem we are facing. That's why nothing can work in Nigeria. Because if, look at the last election, Obiken, they said he's an Igbo man. He's the sponsor of IPOB. He's Shebi Igbos wanted to Biafra. Why is he not contesting to be a president? You know, you heard what Dr. Guru said the day he was in the panel. You heard what he said. That they were calling him and say, why are you supporting an Igbo man? So that's the hypocrisy. We have not yet agreed to be one. The day Nigerians agreed to be one, I'm telling you, the Western manipulation will never work again.
I think what you are saying, you are doing exactly the same thing that everybody does. If you look at what I said just now, it has nothing to necessarily do with that. Every society has discrimination. As a matter of fact, if you go out, you can see people that are good looking, snub people that are not good looking. And people ostracize themselves all the time, one way or the other. But the only one we pick on is the tribal one, as if that's the only aspect that divides us. We divide each other on so many levels, from education, from wealth, for class system. We human beings ostracize, have a form of division. This happens in all the nations. But the difference is that they are functional. And the critical question I keep asking is that, how is it that we are not even putting our people first? If you want to put your people first, you can see some things that are a little bit annoying that shouldn't be there, but you can see beyond that and say, you know what, there is this bigger picture. I have to go for the strategic one that is more important to the entire population, and you put your people first. If we keep saying division is in our country, division is everywhere, in every country. But they are able to make it work because they can see the bigger picture that they'll put. Okay, even if we have division and you see that our country is prospering, most people won't feel it. They will not even care about those things. They will still get married to each other, go on to 80% of people just want to live their life, maybe 90%. They don't care about all these things we talk about. But the problem is that when we keep harping on about these things, we miss that they are not doing what they are supposed to be doing for our people.
Fathers, let me before Bhaskar or Alexander weighs in on next, I just want to respond to Righteous Man's point of view that, see, Righteous Man, I agree with the fact that the British played both sides. They played the Yorubas and the Igbos pitted one ethnic tribe against another. But see, democracy, I've come to understand that democracy, sometimes it takes time to really reap the benefits of true democracy. You understand? So that could have been resolved. That pitting sides, there's nothing wrong in politicians or political groups aligning together to achieve a common goal. You understand? In the interest of the people, but allow it to be free and fair. If Awusas, if the North wants to align with the Igbo or the North wants to align with the Yoruba in order to advance a particular interest, at least allow a free and fair election, so that if that happens, we know it happened fair, and then it would engender competition, ideas. You understand? I'm speaking in the spirit of one Nigeria now, that the reason why the country really failed is the fact that we have laid a foundation of corruption in every part of our institutions, starting with elections. For instance, now, the country was unfair by rigging, somebody from the southeastern part of the country. If the guy becomes a president for 4 years with the majority votes, with the majority of the people that voted for him, if he doesn't perform in the next 4 years in 2027 in a free and fair election, he can be voted out. People can form a coalition. We allow this to go on. If it is an alternate that people want in a free and fair election, come and argue what you want to do for the people. Come and let us, even in America, there are people, you have the Republicans and the Democrats. You see the way they bicker on TV, like there's going to be a civil war. But at the end of the day, they allow the people to vote and decide no matter how divisive the politics is, you know.
Olumide, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Like these people, they are so divided that they are so angry with each other that the idea that the Spanish government wants to give amnesties to some Catalan leaders that didn't kill anybody, just because they opposed the state and they jailed them because they carried out independence referendum without the permission of the state. Look at the kind of protest people are protesting because they want to give them amnesty. Let me play it. Thousands of them. This is just a small crowd. Thousands of them went one weekend to protest against it. I don't even know how passionate, why they are so passionate about it. Amnesty is not like you are killing somebody, but no, they don't even want that. So the point I'm trying to make is that people are divided in around the world, but they are functional because their leaders represent the people. But our own leaders just don't do that.
See, the society themselves have to decide what they want for fathers, because, for instance, even in the US, there's politics of ethnicity. You want the white, you have the white supremacists. They only want a white guy, pure white breed to rule America. They don't want a colored person. They don't want somebody who is sympathetic to the colored or minority in America. The supremacists, but the majority of the population will not give them that voice. They will vote them down. But if the minority people in Nigeria, if the minority, the people flaming these embers of ethnicity, flaming these embers of religious division, are forcing it down our throats, despite the fact that they wouldn't allow a free and fair election and allow the majority of the people to decide. At the end of the day, they will be pushed to a wall.
I think my mistake is you are not really understanding. You see, this is the point I'm making. You are still refusing to understand that it has nothing to do with election. It has nothing to do with divisions. It's just that the elites that are at the top of our society have abandoned their role to completely, because nations have all these problems you are talking about.
You can force the elite to align with you. America, at the end of the day, that is why they do opinion polls. When they see the way things are swinging, oh, I'm going to lose this election, they quickly align. You understand? The elites can align if they allow a free and fair. If they know that they won't get the votes of the people, then they will align.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. They do what they want.
It can only happen in the banana republic where they will force their way down our throats.
Yeah.
Olumide, I said this in the other day that Nigeria is like a group, a POC, public liability company. I have the shares and directors on it. All right, that's how Nigeria is. Nigeria is not run like a country yet. It's like a POC. It's a limited liability company. Or you can use anything to call it. Everybody have come there to work and get paid and do business and go without any after a year, the person become like innocent person the next year. All right. Okay. I don't know. I was watching something on Facebook on the YouTube. I don't know what is. I think it is son of this Sam. What is his name? Did the wedding. You see everybody there. Obio, Atiko, both PDP, APC, NMPP. They are there a lot laughing, enjoying their life. If you see that group of people, man, the Obas, everybody's there. Nothing like Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, in that place. Everybody's there enjoying their life, all right? Now, come to the ground. The reality on ground is this. Let's not be talking on because we are social media, we can talk and talk. The reality on ground is this. The average man on the street as the average man on the street, all right, is only when there is election, the elite, as President said, will like to divide by ethnic lines and religious lines for election purpose. After election, he will not hear any of that. The idea on ground, they say, everybody have moved on with their normal life in Nigeria. Nobody will tell you, Igbo, go out, Hausa, go out, Yoruba, go out. Until the elite see that these people are coming together again, they will throw a bomb again. Everybody will scatter. So my issue is this, I'm just arguing this. If all our elites, so I don't call them elite, I don't know why they're even elite. All the directors that manage the group of Nigeria company, all right, they are not even qualified to be there. So they are not even there. So how are they going to represent their own interests? They won't. They only represent their own interests. Each one of them paying their own interest, not their own interests. In Nigeria, you know how it goes. Everybody.
But when you say they are not qualified to be there, I see the same attitude with many foreign nations. Not all of them are qualified. Trump is not exactly the most clever guy.
No, qualification is not by the degree you have. All right, it's not by the qualification. Is not by the degree you have. You know what I mean? The qualification is tips.
See, part of the I always say on this forum that we are
just imagine the people right now. Let me tell you, imagine that right now. If you have a traffic offense pending in court, not something you come out to run for an office. Who does that? You can't. Just a traffic offense. That's offense. The of Nigeria. Look at all those people there from good to the end. All right.
What did he say? Traffic offense, you can't run for an office.
No, if you violate a traffic offense, you miss your court, they put a warrant on you, you can't run the office. You have to go see that.
So who's a righteous man? I always say something that
let's allow other people to say speak. I think Masca's been here for a while.
Just one more. But before who's a righteous man? I always say one thing that those of you, Masca, those of you back home in Nigeria, don't be too hard on yourself. See, I'm outside Nigeria, but I followed the election period for the 2023 elections from the very beginning. The campaign started till today. At no time have the people, I've never seen the people being this conscious, where people were like encouraging themselves. Make sure you collect your card. Make sure you collect your voter's card. Make sure they believe that this thing will count. They believe that INEC will do the right thing. The people who fail at this point in time, the people who failed the people was the leadership, the Nigerian institution, the police, the army, INEC, the government. They failed the people. They encouraged the rigging because they wanted to stay in power. The people did their best. So when people begin to beat the people and say, "Oh, you have to play the game. You have to do what?"
I think it comes down to the question of should the leaders know more or the people should know more? Because the leaders encourage the people to violate the election because they had to.
In essence, what I'm saying is majority of the people did their part, but the leaders failed.
I think you are probably correct there. Majority of people went and voted, which is their part. And but the minority, in collusion with some of the people, rigged this election.
I was amazed.
They messed the election up.
I was amazed with
Father, can I ask you a question? Just one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you define the foundation in which Nigerian state or nation was established?
The foundation was established based on the three major regions, operated as a confederate nation, and it evolved from that. We all know the history that led to the evolution. And from what I see in Nigeria right now, I see a system that is evolving slowly. And the constitution is being amended regularly, updated. Most of the time, actually, they are updated for reasons Nigerians actually wanted. So, like the idea of power supply from states is something Nigerians have been clamoring for, and they got it. And rail tracks and various other things. So, for me, that part of the constitution is functional. It's doing what it's supposed to do. And I don't think people should worry too much about that. We have bigger problems. The bigger problem is the leadership themselves. Because I think when the question I asked earlier on, should the leadership know better than the people? I will submit that they should know better. They are more educated. They have more
I
resources
think
at their
majority of them are
disposal.
not even. They are
Sometimes
not
you might talk about
statesmen.
educated. I become
They are
the
just
admin.
No. I also say they have more resources at their disposal. They have more time. So
They are not even.
if you are poor and struggling to earn a living, you can't possibly think too much about the state. So the rich people should know more.
Forefathers, they are not even. Majority of them are just statesmen. They are not politicians. Sorry, they are not statesmen. Statesmen would think of the interests of the people, like you said. They would think of the interests of the people before their own benefits. If I stay one more time in power, of what benefit is it going to be to my people? They never think of that. You know.
Yeah. Let me just address this. I don't know, Patricia. Come on, man. Oh, you stop. This lady won't let me rest too. There's not. If I say the sky is blue, she's going to attack me. If I say, Patricia, the sky is blue. Do you agree with me? I want you to answer that question. Thank you. Pascal, please go ahead. You're muted though. Your audio is not. It's gone again. Oh my God! Sorry about that, Masca. I think he to come back. Whenever he comes back, you are good to go. Pansat. Please go ahead, Pastor. Thank you for coming in and try to keep it clean. Let's not attack each other today. I'm not in the mood for attacking each other. Okay, let's be nice.
All right. One thing you could do is to allot yourself time, since you have opinion, right?
Sometimes pretend to be one Nigeria. You know, maybe they'll see reason in some of your suggestions. You know.
All right. I thank you for that suggestion. I will adopt all that.
Oga Pansat is a realist, so allow him. He says his mind as he sees things. He's not a hypocrite at all.
Thank you very much. I'll take all those all in. Now, what I could do with Masca, knowing that he has this technical problem, is I actually came in for him and another gentleman, and of course, forefathers, I'm gonna post a video. Maybe we could use Masca's time to watch this video. If you start the video at number, say, 43.
What's wrong with you? Use Masca's time to watch the video. How about we use your time to watch the video?
You said he could come in anytime. This is for all of us because what we're identifying as a tribal problem, it's not really tribal. We have tribal issues, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with the tribes bickering, right? Sometimes
that's true, actually.
It could bring about competition. Okay, that's good. But the more virulent problem we have in the country are the traditions, right? We have Islamic tradition and the Western tradition. Now, what makes it very difficult for us, puts us in a very tight box, is that the Westerners, who the South and the Christians support, they are against us. They are racist. They're evil people, right? So we have their tradition, but they hate us to progress. So then they leave us at the vices of this Islamic tradition, who have a conquest zeal. They want to conquer us, right? And they actually hate us because we have this Western tradition. So imagine the unique position that the Southerners have.
Is my voice back, forefathers?
Yes, it's back. It's back. Yeah, good to know. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Do you want to watch the video? Do you want to watch the video, Masca, before you come in?
What kind of person are you, Pansat? Anyway, I'm not surprised because you are insulting somebody on a global TV, even insulting his mother. So I will not be surprised, actually.
It's been quite nice today. It's been quite nice today. Let's leave that before it goes.
I saw the clip when you were telling somebody that he's son of something. No, it's not nice. But it's okay.
No. When? Explain. What did I do?
I don't report to you anyway.
Well, just explain. What do you mean? I never did anything. I'm denying it.
Omorui or somebody, you were in an argument with the person. I saw the clip. I don't know whether it was today or some other day. I was shocked when the way you responded to the person. I actually thought you were a very thoroughbred gentleman, but I was disappointed. But anyway, no issues. We're all human beings. We have a moment of madness in us once in a while. So it's fine.
Yeah. The Morule incident, you were here when I was with Dr. Damages. It's actually one of my first shows here, and he and I went at it. Passions were hitting on both sides, but there's nothing there that I'm ashamed of. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
But that was a long time ago, though. That was a long time
Yeah,
ago.
and I didn't do anything more than your people massacring people in the sea.
Pastor, can we leave that?
Your
I think I
people
said we
kidnapping
shouldn't do
girls
this,
in the
Okay, please. But
no, that's what you ought to be ashamed of.
Hold on, you're going to have your thought. And, Pastor was being nice today.
That's
And,
what I'm saying. When you know that the other person can't
well, now your audio is gone, and now you are putting me in a
I
different
hope
mindset.
Amadio have take your microphone. Because I have Ofonogu when I come out. I'm with Ofonogu. So when you see me here, don't just think I'm here.
Amadio takes the microphone. What kind of
I come here with Ofonogu. So when you
Bassad, can you get to the point, please? Can you get to the point?
Okay, so
Bassad, you were talking about it. Bassad, let me get you to where you were. Oh yeah, back on. Yeah, you're back on, Masker.
One more time, when that happens, don't interrupt me because of him, right?
I can only take my network. You can't take me down. You continue to see me. Even if my network is there, you will see my face. Sorry, too bad for you. Anyway, the first response for me, forefathers, I want to respond to Righteous Man. He was saying that Nigerians are hypocritical, but I think he exemplified this hypocrisy we talk about. In his statement, he was alluding to the fact that Azikiwe and Awolowo are brothers. It is the Northerners that are not brothers to Azikiwe and Awolowo. It's ridiculous that today.
No. That's not what I meant. Please.
I think Righteous Man, you get your chance to respond. Let him just have his say. You have your chance to respond.
Okay.
You know, me and you were here in Nigeria, Righteous Man. I just want to call you to order that we need to really clean our hearts. There is no way you will say, and you said it's on video, you can replay it back and listen to it. I only came to correct you as a brother. It's easy for us to point at other people, but we should also be conscious of who we are, what we do, what are our beliefs. I mean, you can think that you're a hardworking person, but the truth is you may be a very lazy person. You need to constantly check yourself. You think that you're pro-Nigerian, but at the core of your heart, you are a bigot. So I'm just saying that you have to be careful before pointing fingers. It's ridiculous that you will allude that Azikiwe and Awolowo, they are brothers, and that Tafawa Balewa is the outsider. This is the problem of we black people. You know? Even here, for instance, if you look at Uzo says he's an Igbo warrior. Olumide every now and then he says he's pro Yoruba. And then we'll say other people, there is the elite that are dividing us. Okay, even at this platform, I know Passad is pro Igbo. But we will turn back and say it's the elite, is that. I'm just simply saying that we need to also clean ourselves, sincerely. I understand one thing though. At a cultural level, I believe an Igbo man should truly be an Igbo man. There's no reason why a Hausa man should go into the cultures of an Igbo man. I, as a Hausa man, my culture should be left alone for me. But like you rightly pointed out, forefathers, there are certain levels in today's world that we as a race, if we don't understand that we need to work with each other so that we can do it correctly, then we are missing it. Defense, for instance. Have we ever stopped to ask ourselves, why is there NATO? Why is there NATO? If you touch one European country, all of them will gang against you. But culturally, they are all separate countries. Take America, for instance. What we don't understand as black people, look at America. When you say Americans, they are not the owners of America. There's no great Indian you find today. The actual owners of that place have been wiped out. And it will not be surprising that we, the black people, will be wiped out at some day if we don't put our acts together. The more we keep dividing ourselves, especially at a defense level, we will be wiped out. We have been taken as slaves. And I will not be surprised sincerely speaking, given the kind of resources under our land, given the fact that we have so much water resources, people.
Oh, it's a shame your audio is gone again. Man, that is one. Hold on, that is one of the most powerful statements I've ever had in Mega, and maybe one of the most powerful statements I've ever had from some other person here. Actually, I must say, Masca, that was really good what you were saying, and it's a shame your audio didn't allow you to finish. And Righteous Man, please go ahead. You wanted to respond?
Yeah, Masca, my brother, I think maybe the audio always affect the way you understand somebody. Honestly,
your audio is back now, Masca.
Which network are you using? Maybe I will be able to advertise the network that will be giving you a very standard audio, so that your understanding of somebody's speeches will not be negative. You know.
It's okay. Well, it's okay. Look,
Masca, you know we are in Nigeria. You are my very good friend. You know, I met you in this platform, and you are a very sound man. You know, but I think in this very issue, you misrepresented my words.
Righteous man, what I can do, forefathers, we will go. And I will take the pen. The good thing is, I'm sure Mr. Rudolph would put this video at some point. I will cut out the clip where you said that Ezekiel was betrayed.
Hold on. Yes, I said it, but there was something that led me to say it.
Yeah, but
let me clarify. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. Because when you quote me, you are quoting me as a bigot, which I am not, and will never be.
I know you are not, Righteous Man. I can put it to you. I know you are not a bigot. I'm just saying that we should be careful when we call others bigots.
Let me go ahead and reclaim my time. I was speaking, Masca.
What I said was this.
Righteous Man, don't worry about that.
Don't worry, Pastor to handle Pascal.
We'll come around again.
What are you talking about? Uzo, why are you? Uzo, what is this? What are you talking about, Pascal?
Pascal, see the Igbo warrior. Now only dear in my go.
Please, let's not. I don't want it to be a clear. Let's not overdo it, all right?
I have a question for Pascal, but I don't want to interrupt Pansat.
Yeah, please.
But I have a question for Masca based on his last statement.
Submission, okay. Fine.
So,
look, Masca,
go ahead.
Masca, here's the thing, right? You are really a very special case. Let me just say that. You're a good guy. You're one of our brothers. I don't know what Righteous Man said, but the Hausas are our people. Let me just make that very clear right now. The Hausas.
I will call you out. You are bullshitting at this point. It's
all
a
right,
lie.
Okay, please let me talk. So
maybe he will make it by this is slant towards the Fulanis, not the Hausas. But it's all good. Let's see what direction it's going.
It doesn't talk. Lapsa doesn't use the kind of language he uses. So
let's let him talk. But I see, Pansa, just to get you back to where you were before, I don't want you to get distracted by all the things you just had. You were talking about the cultures we have in Nigeria, the Islamic one in the north and the Christian and Western one in the south. So I should get you back there.
Right. So that's what has been going on, is that we are at an intersection. Now, the people who the Southerners, Christians, embrace, which is the Western tradition, right? They covet our resources, and they're evil. They're very wicked, not only to themselves, to humanity itself. So these are supposed to be people who we embrace, whose culture that we embrace, Western stuff. So, but what they've been doing in Africa is to turn it around, support the Islamic tradition, supply them with weapons, help them covet and take our resources, help them impose imbeciles as our leaders. And it's just, unless you step back and think about it and look at it by observation, you find the trick of what they're doing. These Muslims hate us because we don't want to adopt the tradition that they embrace. That's why they hate us. They believe that anybody who is going with Western is their enemy. So now this Westerners,
Sorry, Pansa, can I just do a quick rebuttal to what you're saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Are you aware of the Democratic Republic of Congo?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that consistently they've been fighting war?
Yes.
Are you aware that the country is almost 80% Christians? There's
Yes.
no any significant Muslim population there.
Exactly.
So what is it that you're saying? This thing, you are making a generic statement as if the Europeans are only using Muslims.
No, but I never listen. I never said that. Okay, hold on. Let me correct you. I'm talking about our.
Until you can correct me, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm aware of that example you're giving, but you have to be aware of. Will you be quiet? Let me talk. It's my turn for one thing.
Can we take it easy?
It's
just to and fro now.
If you meet him, right? See,
Masca, maybe you should let Masca
talk. Here's the difference between you and I, right?
Okay. It's not only you that can see that.
Masca, let's allow Pastor to have
his microphone is never gone.
I said, let me.
His microphone is never gone when he's interrupting somebody, right?
He's trying to explain. Let me land on the pushback. Then he can do the explanation.
I hear what you say. You interrupted my flow.
I haven't landed. You've heard what I said, yes, but I haven't landed.
Please mute him.
But Masca, he doesn't want you to interject, so he has the mic. So don't worry, we'll come back to you, Masca. Let him just finish.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
His microphone never goes off when he's doing that. What I'm saying to you,
oh my God, the Masca, you are trolling today.
I want to call Pastor to order. He thinks he's special. He's not anything special. He's just like us.
What he just cited on Congo, it's a very cogent point to make, but he's confusing causality with correlation, right? In our country, this is the problem we have. Now, these Europeans, they have many devices.
Say that in Nigeria, I will agree with you, but you can't say that. This is
that's what I think.
Let's just let him finish. Then we can get back.
Can you put Masca and Pascal in the hot seats? Let's go
so that they can debate.
Yeah, yes, let debate. Let's listen.
Okay, you guys have a go ahead, and
debate now.
I will moderate. Okay, well, we can just stay here and let two of them debate.
Let two of them continue. Let me listen.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
So what I'm saying, Pansat.
No, I disagree.
Oh my God! How long did it take you to disagree?
I disagree. They will turn this platform today to a Wednesday. Please.
No, we are gonna time them. It's not gonna be forever. Let's just give them 10 minutes, 15 minutes to trash this out.
Yeah, let them convince us very well.
Okay.
Okay, should I go on or are you gonna go first? I don't mind giving you the
I just want to make the point so that if you want to explain.
Oh, your audio is gone. Masca,
I think it's not only Amadeo, I think he's turning off himself sometimes. Now that but listen to this. Forefathers, right? Forefathers. The point he made there, by the way, I'm glad he made that point because it's very important, it's pertinent. These Europeans, they do use that as well, right? In our country, what they're using is religious stuff. In other areas, like in Rwanda and other areas, they use tribal, right? In the Congo, they use other things, right? Because they don't have their population.
Am I back now?
Yes, you are back. You're back.
Yeah, I just want to say, Pansa, this statement you have made now, I am 115% in agreement with you. There is a grand plan, but the tactics is different from one place to the other. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, now we agree on that. So let me then narrow down back to our country now.
Your voice have gone again. Your audio has gone.
That's fine. Now, if you have that,
this one may be caught by Ofo.
Right, but forefathers, what I wanted you to do, if you don't mind, I have teed up this video, right? I want you to play for Masca, who we really don't disagree much, because a lot of these Northern, what they do, they want to be under that hegemony of Northern. Obviously, Masca is just as much a victim as anybody in the furthest southern part of Nigeria, right? His people are the first to get it. They've been emasculated, completely emasculated. The only thing they kept is their language. the people I'm talking about.
Can you hear me now, Pansat?
Yeah, but you just can't come in every time I could hear you. When you come back, just listen. Listen.
Why are you afraid of me coming?
No. I'm saying, remember, you and I in a debate now, so you want to hear me. When you go and come back.
Okay, see, this is not a second.
What is wrong with you, man?
what I do now? He won't let me talk.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect that when I want to say something, you should be eager to listen to hear what I want to say.
I want to hear you. But what I'm saying, it doesn't mean that whenever you go in, you come back, then I'm have to stop, right?
No,
you go come in, hold on. When you go and come in.
Both audios are gone now. Okay.
So what I'm begging him to do is, let's be in order. When you come in, we could hear you. Just be quiet and keep listening, and then you could talk. You cannot be made a special person that when you go and come in, you just jump in and start interrupting me. That's not fair. But I'll give you the currency whenever you want to talk. Forefathers, you could let me know, and he will talk. But let's go back to the core issue. What I was saying is that Masca is a victim of the same thing we're complaining about. We're not unique, right? But we cannot wait until he starts complaining. That is one thing. We're not gonna wait for you. If you don't want to complain, it's okay, because you're already used to it. Your culture's been taken over. Your people have been marginalized. You are normally indigenous Nigerians, but invaders has come in, brought a religion to use to conquer you, right? And separate you from your people, right? Nigerians. So now you're going with religion, right? Hold on. Could you move your hands from your face so I could see when you grimace, right? Hold on.
What is wrong with you, Pastor?
I don't know. Okay. Look, could you play the video I have, which is from number 43, 43rd minute? Because they were saying, they're saying, don't let Oyibo, when you go out there, don't talk bad about Nigerians, okay? So that Oyibo do not look down on Nigerians. Don't bring out all our dirty linen to the public. But I want you to see what the Oyibo themselves see. This is about a year ago. They come to Nigeria, they go to other African countries. Now, this is them having a discussion about Nigeria. Now, if you want to...
Okay, let me play then. I think we have to be careful though. I have to, fair use policy. Let's play this and we are reacting to it.
Is open up this book. You just need to open up the Quran. Radicalism is right through this book, and I'll show you verse after verse after verse that supports exactly what they're saying, which means they're doing the same thing we do. We're radical Christians because we go back to this book. And you notice it's the bigger book. I keep it bigger for a reason. So we go back to, both of us go back to two different books. But what a difference in these two books. And that's something we're going to do later. But can you see then why it's important that we go back to the root to find out what motivates them and what will continue to motivate them? Because this book isn't changing. This book still is there and they're still reading it. We're not reading it. So that's why we don't know what their motivation is.
All right, let's talk a little bit about, I want to transition to talk a little bit about, and when we're thinking about this issue of courage, let's talk a little bit about Nigeria. You've had something, I've been there. I've seen much of the terror that has gone on in that country. The Fulani herdsmen militia, Boko Haram, both Muslim militant sects that are slaughtering Christians in that country. You've been all over Africa, and yet Nigeria is very different. Explain to people what's happening there.
Nigeria. I promised I'd never go back to Nigeria. I've been there about 3 or 4 times, and every time I've seen violence, and it stands to you fly into Lagos, and you go from the airport. As soon as you're out of the airport, you don't see white people anywhere.
And you do all over Africa.
All over Africa. In every major city, you see white people. They're chai dukans. They're walking down the road, they're in malls, but you don't see them in Lagos. I just didn't see any white people walking on the streets. I couldn't figure out what was going on. This just didn't look right. And I'd spent 5 years in Senegal, West Africa, where we would go into town all the time, and we'd walk everywhere out.
Let me remind people. I think I forgot to remind people. Like and subscribe. Subscribe to Dr. Damages. Subscribe to Iroko Post. Subscribe to Niger's channel. I should be doing this a bit more. Like and share. Like and share. So let's carry on.
It's in the open, not a problem. So this was odd to me. It didn't take me long to see what was going on, and it was the first night I was there. This is a few. Well, I've been to Africa. I've been to Nigeria for a number of different places. One place I was brought to was Port Harcourt with Archbishop Akinola. He flew me in to talk to his 800 cannons, and he wanted me to get up to a cathedral. And I was met by a car with 2 guards, both carrying AK-47s, and I thought that was rather surprising. I've never had that kind of distance before in every police block that we had, which is about every 5 kilometers. They would just look in the car, saw that I was a white guy, and they just flagged us right on. So it was easy to get through. The next day, Dr. Patrick Soldeo came in. He was an Indian. He's a good colleague of mine, a good friend from Britain. He was flown in to also do some talks. And when they met him, they just met him in the car with no guards. And he got stopped everywhere to get up to the cathedral. And he was furious. And he says, "Why do you give a guard to Jay, but you don't give one to me?" And they said, "Because you're Indian. No one's going to kidnap you. But Jay, he's white. And they're going to start cutting 1 finger off a day. And they're going to send us a finger. We're going to get a finger, then another finger, 10 fingers, then it starts the nose and the ears. And then after that comes the body. And if we don't pay $22 million for him, we don't see him again. That's why we have to have the guards there." Now, they didn't tell me this before I came. I wish they would have. I probably would have asked them to come to me rather than me go up to the cathedral. But that was back there in quite a number of years ago. What I find with Nigeria is that you see, we went up to Jos, and I'm going to be going, and I don't want to say what's happening late. So
I've been there.
I'm going to go. We went to Jos,
the cathedral there,
and they had us actually teach outside of Jos, and we had to go out to a building that was out in the desert. It was created for that purpose. And the students they brought to me were people from all over Nigeria. And all the ones who'd come from northern Nigeria, they had machete wounds on them, scars. And they weren't open wounds now. They
very
healed,
common.
but they had on their head and on their back, and yet they're going back up there again. I couldn't believe it. One woman who was in our class, she had been up in Mauritania. She had been there the first week that she was there. She was taken by the police, taken into the prison, and was raped by multiple men. And yet she went out and still kept preaching the gospel. That didn't shut her up. And she was planning to go back again, and she wanted this new material, all this new polemics to use there. So it's a different culture. It's a different environment. I've never seen this kind of violence.
It's the sheer scale of it.
That's it. I've seen violence. I've heard about it in other parts of Africa, but nothing that you see in Nigeria. And you've had the same situation when you're up in Jos, and you went north of Jos.
Yes, very much so. And you know, I want to address this for a couple of reasons because according to
I think the point is already made now. And this is one of the longest videos I've ever played. And let me stop it here. I think the point is already made.
So let's confirm from Pansat as is he okay, so that you will not be
just a couple of more minutes will be in order. I mean, it's almost over.
Going to ask for more. It's okay. Let's do more then. Then we'll see.
He did a beautiful article on this. It's been some years ago, and I'm sure the numbers haven't really changed much. But Spectator in Britain had a beautiful piece titled "The Unreported Catastrophe of Our Time," and how 100,000 Christians a year are killed in what they call a situation of witness, meaning for their faith, not in automobile accidents or from cancer, but specifically targeted for their faith. And going from memory here, but if I've done the math right, that works out to 11 Christians per hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, who are killed for their faith. And it's, as they point out, it's unreported. It is a global Holocaust that no one really is paying attention to. And what I thought was kind of interesting was in Nigeria, the Christians at the time when I was there, which was in I think 2017, they loved Trump. And it was because Trump was willing to say what no American president in memory had said, and that is that Islam is a religion of violence.
There are three major areas of violence in Africa. One is Nigeria with the Boko Haram. And it's the Boko Haram that's really pushing it there. The other one is over in Somalia with the Al-Shabaab.
Mhm.
The Al-Shabaab who come into Kenya, and what they do is they stop buses, and then they have everybody in the bus do the shahada. And if they cannot do the shahada, they kill them on the spot.
Yeah.
It's La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. That's all you need to say. As long as you can say that, you're going to survive. But they just shoot people right off the bat. Then the other place would be what's happening now in Chad and Burkina Faso with ISIS. So ISIS has now moved down into the northwestern. But notice these are all Muslim enclaves. These are strong Muslim enclaves, and they're all in the north. And they're wanting to push
And they're
that
moving
side.
south. They're
They want
pushing
to what they
south.
call push the Muslim line. And the Muslim line is it's imaginary line, but if you look and see where the populations of Islam are now increasing in Africa, it's moving about 3 to 6 kilometers a year further south.
And the way
every
they're
year.
doing it all over Africa is you will hear the Christians, hear the Africans telling the stories of, truckloads of kids are brought into the city. The Muslim man, 4 wives, he might have 50 or 100 children, and they bring these children into these non-Islamic areas, dump these kids off at some crossroads somewhere. People begin noticing, why are all these orphan kids running all over our town, begging, selling trinkets, things of this nature? And then a Muslim cleric is sent in, usually funded by the Saudis, who then begins to instruct these kids in Islam. And eventually they're armed with AK-47s. And those kids, by this time, they've been there for a couple of years. This happened in Nigeria, 2010, 2012, somewhere in there in the more Christian South. And they would just say, hey, show us where the vicar lives. And they would go and they'd lead them, who to kill, who to target. Because these children by this time would know their way all over the villages, all over the towns, and they're just slaughtering people. And this is the way this is mostly a tactic of the Fulani herdsmen, which they've done. Boko Haram has done this. The cathedral where I was speaking had been bombed. And again, something to be very unnerving, to Westerners. Hard for them to imagine the day that I was speaking at the cathedral in Jos. The Muslims had surrounded the cathedral and are sitting on the walls. There's maybe a 4 or 5 foot wall that is around the church. Not enough to prevent people from getting over, but to prevent a car bomb.
Pastor, it's still not enough.
It's more than enough. If he doesn't like it,
But you see the goods coming in right there. Now imagine how it's going to conclude.
Okay,
You
so
saw
no,
them
there's no point.
describing. Hold on. You saw them describing exactly how your people, Masker, are taking over all these lands, killing people, including in Jos in the east.
Okay,
South.
hold on. Let
they-
me address something. I need to address it. This is important. I contextualize it because if I go with past narrative, we should just all macheting each other. The issue is not only in Nigeria, and I've told Pansa this, that our brothers in the north have to be conversant and aware of what is going on with their religion. They are using it, the Arabs are using it as a way of controlling our population, and they are using it to divide our people. Because if you look at Sudan right now, there's this Arabization war that is going on. They are Muslims, so they are killing Muslims because they are black. Now, it's not only because they are not, I think he said something about if they cannot say the Shaheed, they kill them. No. Now, this one can say the Shaheed, they get killed anyway because they are black. They have to turn Arab. This is a problem. And our brothers in the north have to be aware. Because if they are not aware, we are all doomed. Oh, these people are going to walk over us. If you think of people are our problem, the Arab people too are going to walk over us. And that is where the Muslim side in the north have to be aware. I gather that they are very, very intelligent. They are very, very much aware of politics in Nigeria. But are they aware of what Islam is doing on the continent? Because if you look at the way it operates on the continent, it's actually one of the biggest problems we are going to face in terms of instability. Because the South is very, very different. The way they practice their own is not in an extreme way, where they want to just dominate this another group. And I think I will leave Pastor without this in the masker with that question, whether it is something he can shed light on, because I am really disturbed by it. How easily, because of Islam, many of our people are willing to kill their own. I'm really disturbed by that.
All right, let me conclude then, and then you go to. Remember, we're in the middle of a debate with Masker here. But
No, I'm not debating with you, Opansad. I'm discussing with you.
Okay. All right, so okay, let's do this then, and that's fine. I by the way, I extend the same courtesy to you. Let's now have a discussion, right? This what forefathers, what you just described after that video is milk toast. It's neither here nor there. That is a serious issue. This has nothing to do with even Africanism. Oyibos themselves, shamefully, they are the ones even talking about this. To sit back and see it in the African scale. Okay, but right now I'm going to talk just about Nigerians, the Nigerian itself. How is this allowed? When you see something like this and your blood doesn't boil, I don't care if you're a Muslim or you're a Christian, and you see these people are describing even carefully what's happening. It's worse than that. It's more sinister than that.
What is happening is happening everywhere. It's even our leaders are also compromised. The whole thing is out of control. That is why this topic is very important. Why is it that our leadership don't understand these things? Take charge of. If you want to have a religion, but take charge of it and have it so that you build it in such a way that we are stable. You don't. Why? How can you always take on something that leaves us unstable and our society is decimated? We are not getting any richer from all this. Look at the description that you gave of Nigerians: injuries everywhere, fighting each other, violence.
But
what kind of situation is that?
Okay. Anyway.
Yes.
But no, I'll wait. I would rather when you're done.
Yeah, I really feel that. I really feel that it's one thing for us to be, have our religions. The leadership, the elites, that should know better. Because from what he said, they will send somebody in to go and an imam in to come and instruct them. The same thing can happen in the south. They will send a diplomat in. They will send a politician in. It's not that different. It's the same thing. The elite should know better. They should be guarding against this nonsense within their areas. But instead, they just leave it for everybody. They are not in charge. Arabs will come and take over. White woman will come and take over. Anybody that comes, the Chinese, they all turn their backside. Take anything you want, please. What kind of people are these? Can we change their mind? And I've been asking this question: are we able to change the way these people think?
Forefather, there is no national goal. The leaders have no national goal. It is individual goals.
Let's leave it for Masker, because this one is more about Islam, isn't it? But my main stuff was about the generality. It's not only Islam. There are countries that are totally Muslim. They have similar problems. It's crazy. If it's not tribalism, they will find religion. So please, Masker, go ahead.
All right. So
yeah, your audio is gone.
The audio is gone.
Who is that pinging there?
I said invoke the spirit now so that the audio will return back, please.
Panzer had nothing to do with it. Let's allow Ferrari to say something. Ferrari, try to keep it brief, and your mic is muted.
Yeah,
Ferrari.
I'll keep it brief. I came on the show right away. I didn't even know what we are talking about, just because I saw the topic. It has the word elites in it, and it has the word people, my key interest, from all my previous submission. And it has the right panelist on here. It has, I see Olumide, I see Masker, I see Pansat. So these are people I want to, interact with. I've not really known what we're talking about, but I'm just picking up. I just got inside and I quickly went and grabbed my computer to log in. Now, like I always say, there are some people that join the panel. If they say there's a board, there's a council or a meeting or a board consisting of people, of some people, like let's say John Abba, for example, and the topic is to how do we help Nigeria, or how do we make Nigeria progress, and they say I should come and join that kind of discussion, I will immediately walk out, because from their utterances and their display, I know those people don't have the interest of that country at heart. I would join if you, forefather, is there, although you sometimes misbehave. Pansat.
Can you guys hear me now? Am I back?
Okay, Masca, start talking.
Yeah,
Start
you're
talking.
back.
Let me because
You're
of your
back.
network.
All right. So I will start from the premise that I said. It's look, I have read enough about the white people to know that yes, the man is saying that yeah, okay, there are Muslims killing Christians, but I know for sure at this point that the interest of a white man
Really shame, man. This is your audio, man. I think we need to set up a studio for you because your contribution is actually valuable, but your audio is gone again. But when it comes back again, we'll carry on. You want to finish what you are saying, Ferrari, or we'll go to
Yeah.
Righteous Man?
So,
Righteous Man wanted to say something.
Yeah, these are reasonable people on the panel, and I know, and this topic interests me a lot. You know, the issue of our ally. Remember, I always push that the allies are our problem in Africa. But this topic you guys are talking about is also very relevant. You know, the Islamic issue problem. You know, turning us against each other, and then of course the white man problem, which who wants to continually want to exploit us. You know, it's not like they care about us that much. I heard all what that man is saying, and I think I'm not going to comment on that. I'll let Masca handle that, and then hear the views of the strong positions of people like Pansat. But I do have contribution down the line. I think I'll just listen for now and then follow along and add my own contribution. But the issue of the elite is deep. It's our biggest issue. If we can tackle ourselves, I believe we can get the elites right, we'll get that country going.
Yeah, I agree with you on that actually, and that's true. Righteous Man, please go ahead. You wanted to say something. And this your camera that is frozen today. It looks like bandwidth is messed up in Nigeria lately. So let me get this masker back in. Yeah, we can hear you. Although we can't see you, but that's fine.
I will be very quick. Yes, there's no denying that today in the north there's a lot of violence. Nobody can deny that. But what I would say is that as rational people, we need to understand that this issue is not a religious issue, because if you check the records, Boko Haram has killed more than 50,000 people from its inception, I think around 2002. And the bulk of these people are northerners. And bulk of them are also Muslims. The fact of the matter is that Boko Haram has put bombs in mosque, even the central mosque of Kano. Boko Haram have put a bomb there.
Wow.
Of course, I will send you the link so that you will understand. The people that have been talking about against Boko Haram are people like the Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sunusi. So the reality is that it is intra-race violence. We are fighting against each other. This is the bottom line. It's not that one religion is fighting another religion. Like I said, the truth is that the world is divided along race lines. The white people sat down in one table, sat down and shared Africa among them. Not too far. This is not like 1,000 years ago. It's a couple of hundred years. If you look at America today, the actual owners of America, they are all dead. Go and read this book by Jared Diamond, Guns, Jams, and Steel. Okay? It's a vivid reality, but the point I'm making is, so I'm not going to sit down and listen to a white Christian evangelist, because he is going to understand all these nuances. His own concern is that he doesn't see white people on the street of Lagos.
Yeah.
Okay? That's and so that tells you that the man is not worried about how many people are Christians in Lagos or how many people are Muslims. He does not see his people in Lagos. So for me, I would tell Pansat that yes, it's good to watch these videos. I like it because you have to listen to everybody, understand the nuances and direct.
Your audio has gone again.
Just to add to what Masca is saying, I believe that although he said that the world is divided on the issue of white and black, yes, before, but now it's now changing. The world is divided into the haves and the have-nots. You understand? That's the game. And that's what Pansa said and what Masca said is true about, you know, the politics or the killing is not actually due to religion. Religion is being used for the killing, but it's actually economics. It's actually the resources. So, but they would use religion to get the foot soldiers to do the economic battle of resources. Now, having said that, this is also happening in the South, although the South has not gotten to the stage of mass killing. But these religionists, the Pentecostal movement, are in cohorts with the whites. I don't want to say the whites, the haves. And they, rather than preach a gospel of salvation, which is for the other world, they've now preached a gospel of prosperity to get their foot soldiers. You understand? So they now they are the ones who are now responsible in subduing our people, to subjugate them to this slavery and criminality that is going on by the ruling elites. So you have to connect the dot in all these things. You know, it's, yes, we blame religion because, like they say, religion is the opium of the masses. But the real objective is not actually religionalization, like Panzat likes to push. They found him on that. But the real objective is economics. They want to control you. They want to control your resources. How else can they do it other than to control your mind and control you through religion and use you as a foot soldier to achieve their objective? So even I won't be surprised. I don't have evidence, but I wouldn't be surprised even that all the killings in the North is sponsored by a Western country, even though it's being carried out by Islamic countries. Remember, Saudi Arabia itself is under the arms of the Westerners.
Yeah.
So them being the head of Islam, with the head of Islam, they're fully controlled by the West. The money, the wealth. So let's just put it like that. Maybe someone else want to add, and let's Panza speak.
Can you guys hear me back now, forefathers?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Whenever I want to talk, we can hear you. That's for sure. But go ahead. I want to be hard though.
The first point I was trying to make is that the bulk of the people suffering from this Islamic violence in the North, the bulk of them are Muslims. The majority of people that are dying.
Master, hold on. You made that point, but first of all, it's neither here nor there. Yeah, hold on. Please, you've been talking for a long time. Let me respond. Right? You said the same thing. We're not going to be giving you.
Pansat, can I say something, Pansat? Okay.
Yeah, could you hold on?
I have no.
Your audio is gone again.
Yeah, but please, to Niger, try to moderate this thing. We cannot give him with that soft bigotry of low expectation because it's in Nigeria. So whenever he comes in, he's going to interrupt or he's going to talk more than everybody, right? He's in Nigeria. If he wants Nigeria to be like the United States, then let him help bring good leadership there. If you're a victim of poor leadership and your phone is not working, that is your problem. Fix it, right? But don't try to dominate
That's the general attitude of the black man. Everybody's problem is to go and solve his problem. We don't think of each other.
Please mute him now. Then
you think I'm here because of my personal benefit? No.
Please mute him. Let me respond. The issue
okay, Maska, just hold on. Let him have a say. Then you can go again. Pastor, please go ahead. Let's hear what you're going to say.
Our last brother that I just spoke, I can never pronounce any. I know he has two names. There's one that I remember. The person right next to me now. What is his name again?
Which one do you remember?
I remember. Name the first one. I think this is a later one.
Alaba,
that's right.
Alaba.
So Alaba is a very smart guy. You've heard his inputs on this platform. Not today, right? But normally when he talks, it's redundant for me to be here because he's expressing my views, right? So, but today, what I'm saying is that I'm not going to let Saudi Arabia off the hook here. They are the chief culprit. Now, I don't care who else is yanking their change, right? If it's America or whatever, but knowing that French there, right? Knowing that they're not a democracy, the bloody monarchy, and they're Muslim, the Sunni Islamic country, right? And actually the worst of its kind. That's who's ruling our country. That's who it is. When these white folks right here, when these white folks here are talking, this,
how are they ruling our country? They're
oh
not
yeah, they
ruling
are
our
the people because they are trying to establish a caliphate, right? And they've been funded. You heard those evangelists?
No, I think that one seems to be a fact, because even like when I was growing up, you always hear that Saudi Arabia has been funding this thing. That's within the community that they do support the and to be fair, even that is happening even within the Christian. This is where they support churches, like these guys went to Christian churches in Nigeria to support. So it's not totally abnormal. But what we see, though, that is the expansion. They have an expansionist agenda that is not only religious. That is what the one that is even scarier. It's not only religious; it's also racial. That is some crazy stuff.
Okay,
so please go ahead.
And thank you for supporting me. And
no, it's a fact. I have to speak out.
They have this expansionist agenda. They have the religious view about it. They have the ethics and apostasy and all kinds of things that are involved in it. But that's not even the only issue. The point is that why equivocate on something that's this important? This is what we're talking about today. Even if you go to the United States, when they knocked down those twin towers in New York, the corporates came from Saudi Arabia, all 19 of them, pretty much, right? They were Saudi people. And the export from Saudi Arabia to the Salafi Muslim sect is known. Now, somebody like me, I could talk like this because money doesn't make any difference to me. Now, we had the best president that any country could have brought about, and he has only one problem here in the United States, Trump. His only fault is his corruption with the Saudi Arabia. He doesn't want to call a spade there and be able to deal with them there. When that man went to Turkey and murdered somebody, and a journalist, let me land.
There is nowhere to land. You are talking all over the place, and you expect people to sit down and be listening to you.
Mute this guy.
Pansat, just use the 30 seconds to round up so that he can reply. Then you will still be able to talk, please.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that. So what I'm saying is that he went out there and he murdered somebody in a Saudi in the most ridiculous manner. So instead of Trump condemning that stuff and going after him, because it's very easy to remove them from power over there, they have to be removed from power, even for us to survive, because they're funding all these Salafi Muslims to come. You saw the description, killing our people, retarding. If you go to OPEC, we are allotted 1.2 million barrels of oil a day, right? Well, and we have 213,000 million people in our population, and they have 30 million people, and they're getting 10 million. You look at other African countries, and they have the same issue. Look, it's so astounding, right? If you go to OPEC and look at the hierarchy, all the Gulf states and Arab states, they have tens of thousands of millions of barrels a day to export, whereas the African ones, Nigeria being the top one, less than 2 million barrels a day. And then they will still come inside to make sure we don't meet that quota. It's just as simple as that, and they want to put our country into the OIC, where we're a secular state. And they populate our courts with Muslims, and they populate the president, vice president. So even the electoral body, right?
Not rounded up.
So what is it? We're basically
it's true though. Pastor, calm down. I think time is up. Yeah, please go ahead, Maska. Sorry about that.
Okay, I think the point is a very simple point. What Pansat is saying effectively is true. Every single country has its own interest and agenda. Okay, and for any country to push its agenda, it will use people. Now, what is important for us as a people is to understand that who is the master and what is the agenda of the master. And by trying to divide your own country into two, you're only going to fall into the hands of these people. Because the truth is that there is no way, even if Saudi Arabia is funding people here, there's no way they can fund more than 1 million people. How many Muslims are in the country? Are you going to sacrifice all the Muslims simply because of even, let's say, a 1 million number of people that Saudi Arabia is funding? That's not smart. The thing is to, just like Forefathers is saying, what is important is to begin to conscientize people that, look, yes, you are a Muslim, granted, but there is also a secondary objective that you need to understand, that as a Muslim, there is things that you should do and the things that you shouldn't do in the name of religion. You cannot go and be fighting a whole race of people simply because of religion.
Yeah.
Okay. But the more important point that I really had wanted to make to Pansat is that, yes, people use religion in Nigeria, but the religion they are trying to use simply is to make sure that the other side of the country also gang up, get up in arms. And that's exactly what Pansat, the storyline Pansat is falling into, to say that, oh, these people are your enemies. Today, the Muslims are killing Muslims. And there's every attempt to make it look as if the Muslims are killing only Christians. I live here in Abuja, but I can't drive to Kano because when the people on the road, when they stop, they're not going to ask you, like Forefathers said, they're not going to ask you your religion. We all know that the people they took from the train, did they ask them about their religion? No. They carried everything.
Okay, let me respond to him.
Let me just play this quickly so that you can see this, because there was this thing this lady said about this. This is something that even within the Islamic community, some of them are asking questions about this. Let me just play this.
يهوديا واحدا يفجر نفسه داخل مطعم ألماني. لم نرى يهوديا واحد يهدم كنيسة. لم نرى يهوديا واحد.
We have seen Jews destroy churches. That's not actually. There are other things she said that seem.
يحتج على ذلك بقتل الناس. حول المسلمين ثلاثة تماثيل للإله بوذا إلى حطام. لم نرى بوذيا واحدا يحرق مسجدا أو يقتل مسلما أو يحرق.
These things are not true. It's just that you see, this is the point that Forefathers.
وحدهم المسلمين.
About the Buddhist statues, are they not accurate?
All these things are not true. If you go to India, there's a whole lot of Muslims that are being killed.
Every religion will push their own.
I think that is accurate. Let me put this one. Let me hold on. Let me just do this. I think
playing this kind of a thing.
I have a question for Masca. So can I ask Masca one or two questions?
Please go ahead.
So Masca. The first thing is, I hope you're hearing me, even though your microphone is off. So I want to ask you. See, you were making comparison of America with Nigeria. That America, that the Indians. You were making some kind of comparison. The Native Indians and Americans, the white Americans. You understand? So when you make comparison, it's okay. I understand where you're coming from. That the Americans, the white colonialists, let's use it in that term, maltreated the Native Indians because they were the original indigenous people to that land. But do you know that today that America has made, if you go and read their law, the American Constitution and law, they've made so many concessions to the Native Americans. You understand? And they've made it not just concessions, but they've made it into a law as part of their constitution. You understand? In order to appease them, listen, for the wrongdoings that they've done. You understand? That is one. Then two, do you think that the current political class have failed the Nigerian people? So those are the two questions that I'm putting to you, that when you make, I think you're making that comparison is wrong, in the sense that, which brings us to the Nigerian question, that now a large majority of the Igbo people are asking for, okay, go ahead.
I was not comparing America and Nigeria. It wasn't a comparison. I was
you made an
making
example. You made an example.
No, I was not an example. I was making a point that the world is divided against race lines. Okay, as black.
Okay, when he comes back, right, then he will answer your question, Olumide. I think his audio is gone again. So let me use this to say in Nigeria right
more
now.
than 1 hour. We are spending more than 1 hour.
That's okay. Islam has been viewed as a form of Arab imperialism in Africa, at least in Africa. A lot of people have criticized them for that. There is imperialism from the Arabs, and Islamic religion is a tool they've used to do that in Africa and India and some other places, on other cultures. So their recognition of slavery as an institution, it's a known phenomenon, which led Muslim traders exporting as many as 17 million slaves to the coast of the Indian Ocean, the Middle East, and North Africa. 17 million. Go and look at it historically.
Can you guys hear me, forefathers?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
What I'm simply saying, we as black people, it would be a waste of time to criticize the Arabs and defend the white people. Two people. I can recommend a book for you, Pastor, to read, where his name is I think this session, I think others should be able to come in soon. I think I'm surprised they've held off so long, actually.
Could I talk on Nigeria?
I want to share. I want to just share something now about
stop
something
sharing.
quickly.
We have a lot of sharing.
No, I'm not going to share. This is not video. This is just a text about what Olumide said about the US. See, look at what the US did. How many agreements? The question I asked was, how many agreements did the Europeans have with the Indians in the US that was later broken to continue with the European expansion in the US? So there are numerous agreements, treaties, and negotiations between the Europeans, settlers, and Native American tribes in what is now the United States. Many of these agreements were established to define boundaries, regulate trade, and maintain peaceful relations. Unfortunately, a significant number of these treaties were eventually broken and not fully honored by the European settlers as they expanded westward. The point is that when you read the history of Red Indians, they will always have an agreement with you, like you described right now that they have with the Americans, the Red Indians. When they become more powerful, they will come for more. It's just the way it works. And if we think this stops, it will not stop. People think the world ends the moment you have an agreement. It doesn't. Because it's about power. If they become more powerful, they will come for more. And that is what Asians understand. They are not waiting for them. The Asians are advancing and competing. We are not. We think this is the status quo that is going to remain like. It's not going to remain like.
So what I'm even trying to say, what I'm even trying to say is that you are reading an 1868 treaty. We are now saying that in this modern
No, it's not only one. Hold on, did you hear what I said? Multiple, and it's not only one. They always have an agreement. The point I'm making is that they have an agreement. When they get stronger, they take more. Then they have another agreement, they take more. Before you know it, there's nothing left. That is the way they work.
I don't dispute that, but what I'm saying that in these modern times, in these modern climes, they have recognized the fact that they have wronged these people, and they have tried to make amends. For instance, I will bring it out. There's a certain part. There's a certain part. A native what do they call them? Settlement. They call them a certain name. So there's this part in America. I think this state. I don't know if it's Atlanta or Georgia, where they give them this particular land portion. You understand? And they allow them to build tax-free casinos, resorts,
until
hotels.
they can decide to just get rid of them without, if it's not convenient anymore.
Not in this modern times. Things keep getting better.
Modern times change.
Okay, let's fast forward. What I'm trying to relate to now is that perhaps the reason why Nigeria is the way it is, for instance, okay, fine. Are we going to say that Northerners are colonizers? You know,
nobody said that. Right now,
what I'm saying is that we should be
Nigerians are colonizing each other.
Yeah,
right
we
now.
should be we should be co-equal partners. We should be co-equal partners on the table. Some people are feeling cheated. Some people are feeling disenfranchised. Some people are feeling they're not feeling
So
a
if
part
the
of the
white man
country.
comes here now, would you feel disenfranchised?
Sorry?
And takes over. If the white man comes and takes over, would you not feel even more disenfranchised?
So because of that, should we continue to cheat ourselves?
Forefather.
Should we continue to take advantage of ourselves?
Let me say something. There is no difference between the Boko Harams and the unknown government killing people and some so-called politicians and elite we're talking about here. Everybody are doing the same thing on their own basic interests. Master is doing something here.
Please,
Even
what we're doing,
they're killing their people. They're killing their own villagers.
Does it make it right? Does it make it right?
What you are doing here is not fair, right? You don't like.
Please.
Amadio, please. What I'm saying, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. He said, I conclude, and then you should move away between he and I, right? What you guys are doing here, I know what you're doing. Okay, Masca is one of your bodies here. You feel for him, right?
I don't know who Masca is, but one thing I know that
I want to conclude, and then you guys take over, right? Can I conclude?
Are we adversaries, Pastor? Am I not your body?
You are my body. What I don't do.
Bullshit, Pastor. I don't understand you.
Hold on, let me tell you why I said that. Okay, plus this is gonna be my last comment, and then others will have at it. And then I'll listen. What I'm saying is that hold on.
I know you.
What I don't do with you is I don't view you with a soft bigotry of low expectation, right? What these people are doing is that once you have a Northern Muslim come on here, first of all, just because you showed up here, they're like, oh, well, he's good because at least he's coming to talk to us. I don't do that. I don't give a damn if a Muslim comes here to talk or not. It's their business. But don't come killing people in my section, right? Don't do anything
but
that
they are
is
not the ones
against
doing
the
that. I don't know why you are
Constitution.
raising your voice. It's not him that is doing that. It's not every one of them that are doing it.
I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him as one doing it. But you're right. It's not him doing it. But he's here defending those people who are doing it. And you're not doing yourself any good. This is an existential threat.
I'm only telling you my perspective.
This is an existential threat, and his and Masca is the face of. He's like a gentleman. That's where they are. Right?
I think I will have some questions for Masca later
They drop
on.
them off, and we look at them as people who are looking for arms. We give them money to eat. But they're there to conquer you. I mean, how stupid is that, right? They're gonna drop off their kids, who are gonna be begging, and we say, "Oh, we'll give them food. We'll help them out." But they're there to conquer you. They think you're stupid. They come and they take our oil, right? And they corrupt our institutions. They don't believe in democracy. And every weekend, you're going to have somebody here be an apologist.
You have gone into your cocoon now, and tomorrow we will say we're all.
Okay, I'm still talking though. I said, let me leave it because once you had your phone,
let me answer this question.
So make we leave out.
Uzo, please, let's try to round off this conversation so that we can go back to our normal conversation.
I've not said anything though.
I know.
Masca, that question by Freedom.
Yeah, I think this guy. Yeah, please go ahead and answer it.
All right. See, Islamically, you are not allowed as a Muslim community to impose on a non-Muslim the Sharia law. As simple as that. No correct Muslim will want to impose an Islamic injunction on somebody who clearly is a non-Muslim.
That's a lie.
Stop
lying. Stop lying.
As a question people ask me,
you're a liar.
It's okay.
Stop lying.
Hold on, Pansa. Don't call people liars.
It's a lie.
If you have an alternative answer to that, give it. Don't call him a liar. Give your facts.
Yeah.
If you have an alternative,
No,
if somewhere in the Quran that you found that not a Muslim can impose Sharia on a non-Muslim, do you have a written
Yes,
verse?
and they do that by observation, right? It's not only in
Pascal,
Nigeria.
come on. This in Pansa, come on.
No, he asked me a question.
No, leave it in the meantime. I think this Freedom Simple. He's a very, very pressing guy. He paid money to ask this question. He wouldn't let me rest. He won't let me rest. He kept going on about. Ask him. So the question is, would it be better if all Nigeria is under Sharia? Simple, yes or no, Maska? Maska, are you there? Technical glitch again. Yeah, simple.
You notice that he turns on the mic, right? You have to agree he turns
Why
on the mic.
do you
You know
that?
that's stupid. I mean, you know
No,
that's
Pansat, don't do that.
you know he
Don't
turns on the mic.
No, he doesn't. I don't think he did.
Don't
Please,
antagonize. Let's be able to get to views. We can only respond to views. We need to hear each other's views. We can only
righteous man has
by
been
better ideas. We can't counter ideas by reaction.
I even think that Nigeria. No
Olumide, hold on. Let's get righteous man back in. I think he did make a comment about us freezing other people out. Righteous man Uzo hasn't said much. Ahmad Yohan now hasn't said much. Righteous man, are you there?
It's not there. Is there spiritual?
Your camera is frozen.
I am enjoying myself here because sometimes you just need to allow things just to flow. You understand?
Yeah.
You see, I can't be you and you can never be me. And it will work better when we acknowledge ourselves, what we possess as individuals, not trying to show off that you are better than the other person in reasoning. We can reason theoretically better than others, but when it comes to practical exhibition or manifestation of your reasons, you cannot actually put it into use. When we go back to history,
Ferrari, you're not supposed to be eating like that here. What? Okay, I can put you backstage and you can come back when you finish eating. All right, please go ahead.
when you go back to history, you will ask the question: if the agenda of the Islamic, Sunni Islamism or Islamic was not to conquer and occupy, what happened to the ancient Egyptians? The Arab Egyptians we have today, were they the original owners of those who built that pyramid that they are claiming today? I wanted to ask Maska, what is the meaning of Dawa Project? D-A-W-A-H, Dawa Project. That they voted, Saudi Arabia voted about $20 billion to execute in West Africa. What was that money meant for? Is to conquer, dispose people their lands and take over. That is the mission. We should not color it and pamper it. The mission is not economy. The mission is to conquer, dispose people, take away people from their land, make them. How can you be a refugee in your own land when there is no civil war going on? Why would the people of Middle Belt today be living in ID camp? Why foreigners who were not the original owners of that land have taken over the land, built the land, and then changed the names of those villages? And you're telling me the agenda is economical. It's not economical. It's to dispose you of your land and take over the land, make you a servant, and you have no voice. What happened to the people of Kwara State? Afanja? How did the Yorubas lost Kwara State? And now it has become the Gambaris that owns it. So the mission is to take over people's land. And that is the problem. Listen, if there was anything that made me to like Nnamdi Kanu, it was raising the alarm and the awareness that these people have an agenda. The agenda is to make sure they take over your land.
Which people are you referring to?
Who? The Sunni Islam. The Sunni Islam.
The Sunni Islam. Okay, that's good. You have to go to the source, because if you look
why did Atiku, after the killing of that student, Atiku made a post, Twitter post. Then later he withdrew from that post. Why? He deleted that post. Why?
Yeah, because a lot of people would not like him criticizing. You see, that's a problem too. Like when that lady was, lost her life because of some
Up to today,
some statements that she made.
Forefather, are you aware that the Nigerian court have freed those people that murdered that innocent girl? Are you aware they have been freed?
Hold on, let me say this. Masca, is that accurate? That maybe those ones that they released were the innocent ones that they may have arrested people.
Which
wrong.
innocent? The three
Hold
major
on now.
people that
I
were
need to
accused.
confirm whether Masca is aware of anything related to that. Masca, are you aware of that case? Whether they released anybody?
Are we
involved in that?
Are we now suggesting that the Nigerian legal system is working correctly?
No, it's not. But the question is, did it happen though?
I'm not.
Did it happen?
I don't know what Righteous Man is talking about.
No, he's talking about the lady that
But
was
what I
that
can
lost her
tell you
life
so
in the
far-
north. I think there's a delay in your this thing. The lady that lost her life in the north.
Deborah
the
is
lady
named
in
Deborah.
Sokoto.
Yeah, Deborah
Yes,
case.
Deborah in Sokoto.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware that the people are arrested or that they have not been arrested. Sincerely speaking, I'm not.
Yeah, and Righteous
I'm not
Man,
very
before you
conversant
make that
with
kind
the
of
case.
claim, you want to provide proof for it because that's a serious kind of allegation,
No, but
really.
my point, even my point, forefather, is that even if the people that commit a crime are released, the reality is that it will not be because they are Muslims or because people want them to go and kill more Christians. It will simply be because this is a country where there is lawlessness.
But there's a bit of a difference there, though, because you don't see Christians doing the same. That's what annoys will annoy people because if they see that.
Forefather, listen. Sometimes I've not said anything since. Sometimes let's try to say the truth. All right, the truth is what it's always bitter, but that's how it is. All right. I don't know who
Are you suggesting
I
that
don't even know if it's a
people
Hausa
in
guy.
the South they are not going scot-free?
Yeah, I don't know if Master
Is
is
that
a
what
Hausa
you're
guy.
telling me?
See, Emmanuel, sorry. The point is that we don't see Christian extremists killing a Muslim, and they walk away for free.
You guys forgot something. Killing is killing. Somebody go and steal the yam, they burn the person to ashes. Is that not killing?
That's
Even
killing.
Godfather, we saw a few of the Christian madness in the area, like in Calabar, where
but that let me add this. There's a context here. Sorry, hold on. Let me just try to shed light on this part. If somebody steals yam and they lost their life, and maybe for witchcraft they lost their life, it's different from when somebody loses their life based on religion, because the religion has a bigger context of this movement that is going on, and it's not even just benign. The somebody that lost their life through a yam is theft, and they lost their life. If somebody has an Islamic agenda, it does have an ideological basis and religious basis. So it's a serious, it's a bigger issue.
Forefather, let me ask you.
Let me tell you what normally happens.
Masker, hold on. Masker just said something. Somebody, they say it's a witch. All right, they stone to death, they burn the person. What is different between a Muslim burning a Christian than a Christian burning somebody that they believe in his own religious belief? What is different?
I think yes, the Christian one is bad. It's actually very bad.
Good.
And generally, if they catch that, if that Christian is arrested, that is probably
the issue.
Yeah, let me answer you, Amadio. Let me answer you, okay? Because proportionality is important here. Hold on. Our Africans, just like other people, there are things they do that are criminal in nature, right? For example, somebody goes to the market, steals something, they do extrajudicial killing, and they kill somebody. Jungle justice. So you have that in the north, you have that in the south. I'm just
forgive me. I just want to correct this one before we get past it. The question was to Masca before he disconnected about, do you prefer Islam? Is it better for Islam to the entire country to be Islamic in Nigeria? Is it better? That was the question, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pull that back up again if I get that again. That's the question there. Yeah, would it be better if all Nigeria is under Sharia law? Simple yes or no.
Is that the question again to me?
Yes, yeah.
I've answered. I said no. And the reason is because in Islam forbids you to impose Sharia law on people that are not of that faith. Even in Kano, if you are a Christian, you commit a crime and you are going to be taken to Sharia court. They can't try you based on Sharia law. It will not be Islamic. That is the point.
Okay, I hope you're all happy now. He said no.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Now, but let me just say this finally. I mean, Amadu.
Wait. Listen, as far as Masker, as far as I don't believe what people are saying now, you say in Kanu, all right? What about because of it's not your faith to drink alcohol, and as I sell alcohol, because it's Sharia forbidden, they come to my shop and destroy all my M's. What does it call that? If you're going there,
okay. You see, this is what I'm saying. This is a lawless country. Okay. People will say that they want to do Sharia law. Let me tell you, the governors that are imposing Sharia law on themselves, they should cut all their hands. They impose Sharia law on the state, and they are stealing the money. Wow. Is that allowed under Sharia?
Okay, now that's the Masker that I want to see around here.
Yeah,
okay, Masker, up you. I book you. I book you.
So when they want to cut people's hands, suddenly you're happy. It's all good.
Look, let me say this because a lot of Northern Muslims don't. I want you to know that the British defeated the Sokoto Caliphate in a war. I want you to know that.
You don't know anything about
let me land. They don't want to talk about it. Let me
irrelevant stories.
No, this is important. Let me land.
No, it's not. Look, I understand the African.
I'll take back my book to you that I gave you. I've taken it right back from you.
Sokoto is a backward.
It's a caliphate. It's a caliphate that conquered you, right? You are Hausas. This
let me
land now. Let me land.
You are even run out of your own country. Me, I'm still here in Nigeria. You are a runaway.
Look, Father, please moderate. I'm speaking.
Can we take it easy? Because I don't know why Pastor is going on about this in this direction. What is the point of bringing out the British conquering the North? What is the point you're trying to make, Pastor?
It's very, very, very important to know this anthropology, right, of northern Nigeria, right?
Why?
Because they didn't conquer the South.
I'm answering. Hold on.
I don't know.
Yeah, the point is that Masker right here is a Hausa man. Right? See, there's a reason why he doesn't want me to talk. I'm not saying something that's not true.
No,
the British conquered the Sokoto.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You guys can hear me.
No, I can hear you. We can hear you fine.
So what is Pastor ranting about that I don't want to talk? What is Pastor ranting that I don't want to talk?
Oh, okay. What am I talking?
I can listen for the whole day, but when I want to talk, I will talk.
Yeah, please go ahead. We are not going to go on forever. We are going to be rounding up this Sunday.
Let me just make my own point on this. Can I make my own point? Okay, look, you guys, you can go into history if you want. You can start quoting this, quoting that. It doesn't help our present situation. The truth of the matter is that white people don't want us to progress. Islamic Saudi Arabia also.
Not even Islamic. Say Arabs.
Arab. Yes, let me say Arab. Let's use our political elites. Our political elites. And I'm not there yet. Wait. White people don't want us to progress. The Arabs don't want us to progress. I can't blame them. It's a global competition. Now it is now up to us. Now there are now some house Negroes among us. Is there anybody here who don't know what a house Negro is? The one back in the days of slavery. There are some that work in the master's house. You understand? So they think they are better than the ones that work in the field. The house Negroes, those are our elite. You understand? When the master's house is on fire, they're going to say our house is on fire. When master is sick, not master, the white man, they're going to say, master, we sick. When they are filled
Phil's brother now comes to them and says, look, we are slaves, let's run away. They're going to say, why do I have to run away? I get good food, I got good clothes. That's the situation of our elites. You see, the Arabs, the whites don't want us to progress, but our elites, because they are house Negroes, Negroes, and they come in all tribes. So you can attack the Hausa Fulani all you want.
Mr. Alaba, yes? Mr. Alaba, one of these house Negro brought white man's video and was showing us this evening.
Don't do him like that. Don't do him like that.
No. To be fair, he was like, Pascal is trolling now.
On my good side, and I'm not going to attack him. You know how much I always attack him. Don't do him like that. He's a very valuable asset. His problem is that he just like to hear his own voice. On a serious note, guys, this is the problem of Africa. The house Negro syndrome. All these people, now everybody's shouting Tinubu. Tinubu is not Nigeria's problem. Tinubu is a product of the Nigerian system. Do you guys understand? The house Negro syndrome is the problem with our elites, because they now think they are better, and some of our traditional obas do that also, I got to admit, our traditional ruler. They now think they are better than their people. So that's why they are stealing everything. They are taking it abroad. They're doing all this madness. That doesn't make sense. In fact, the white man will sit back and look at us and say, damn, these people are foolish. They just making the job easier for us.
Alaba, for me, I think the country lost that opportunity to start to set things right. Every time the country has an opportunity to set things right, they lose that opportunity. And this again was another opportunity.
Do you know why they lose the opportunity? Do you know why they lose the opportunity? Because we have not prepared them. That's why I keep saying.
But the question is, how do we prepare our elites?
Now you're asking the right question. How do we prepare them?
I always say that the people, let's not be too hard on the people. The people did everything they could have done to make things work. But the government, the politicians who control the government fail the people.
The house Negro will always do what the house Negro does. Because you love your master more than they love themselves.
Please hold on 1 minute. That's why I was going back all the way to the beginning, because what is it that these elites and the elders, what is it what's their problem? Why don't they want to see us be secure, have security, and progress? I want to go all the way.
They are better than you. You're not the same as them.
Listen to this. After World War I, please. After World War I, Germany lost a lot of its territories, right?
Yes.
The British had to go and defeat the Sokoto Caliphate, and then some of those German former territories, as Cameroon, were given over to the French, right? But 10 years after, then there was an amalgamation in Nigeria after all this activity. I want to make it clear. Who's got that noise there? So I want to go there. So now, if we go, who's doing it? Who's doing that?
Oh, it's Olomide. You know, they are related.
Okay, so let me just make this point, because that's the key thing I want to talk about. The point, if you look at the history of religious violence in Nigeria, right? You go as far back as 1953 in the case of a town called Tafawa Balewa. We know the personality of Tafawa Balewa, but there's a town called Tafawa Balewa, right? I don't know.
Relevant to the situation now.
Exactly. I don't know why you keep dragging us back, Pansat.
I'm taking you. I want to take you back to the genesis of religious violence. I don't know why that won't be important. When you're talking about a trouble, you want to know what, like I said, disease, right?
Okay,
you have a disease. You don't want to know when did it start. Hold on.
Okay, Pastor, round up 30 seconds, please, so that we get back on track.
We know all this exists. How do we stop it?
Exactly. And the critical question, how do we prepare our elites to be better?
What I am saying is that every time we get a chance to reset things, to get someone to solve this problem, we don't allow it happen. The elite, there are certain set of people who don't have a solution to solve this problem, but they are holding on to power by all means.
Listen,
By
listen,
rigging elections.
listen, Olumide, let me
You
answer this
understand?
question. I'm in my middle 50s now, right? How long ago did I serve? That's almost, let's calculate, about 35 years ago. When I came back from youth service and my uncle came to pick me up, he asked me what was my experience. I told him, everybody in Nigeria seems to know the problem. We're talking 35 years ago. But how come? And I said, Uncle, how come there's no solution? You know what the old man told me? He said, because we are politically naive. I still didn't know what that meant then. But over the years, as my experience grow, as I experience the world, as I'm exposed to the world, as I'm exposed to possibility, as I'm able to evaluate my own level of ignorance and the life that's out there, I now said, okay, this is it. You see, all these struggles, there's nothing new under the sun.
God will bless you. Because that's the bottom line. And that naivety, that political naivety is very simple. For a Yoruba man to think is a Yoruba person, an Igbo man is an Igbo person. That's the naivety. Because politically,
that's why Master, where I disagree with you in that regard is that we had a chance to put all that to you
it's a chance. To you it's a chance, but to the object we are fighting, it's not. You are underrating.
See,
okay, you are underrating that object.
That's what I'm saying, Alaba. Let's not overflog ourselves too much.
I know, but let me respond to you.
The people put in their best, obedience put in their best. They collected the BVN. They did everything they were told to do. You understand? But at the end of the day, the government that is supposed to supervise the election, they own the police, they own the military, they own INEC, they own the beavers. They made sure everything failed because there is a particular set of people called the APC. They wanted to remain in power.
Olumide, we know all this. We know all this.
Let me respond. See, Olumide, you know what is happening. Forefathers said it, and we tend to we don't listen a lot on this platform. Some of us make very profound statements. Forefather made a profound statement. The statement that he made is that the idea that politically you will win your independence in one day, one election cycle, and even if you win it, that there will be pushback is the height of naivety. Politically, it will be a fight forever. That's where the naivety is. I see a lot of people in my plan mentality want to elect this person every problem. We have to constantly be on the battle consistently, and it will not be one cycle of election. We have to keep at it consistently, and it till kingdom come. Because if you look at even these white people, this is what they keep doing day in, day out.
Listen, guys.
No.
Give me Olumide, before you talk, let me throw in this explanation to make sure you don't raise that question anymore. Now, let us first of all start with America. America is an evolving civil rights issue, right? From segregation. First, it's not even from segregation. It started from slavery. Then they abolished slavery. Then when they started, then after slavery, they started the Jim Crow. Then after Jim Crow, they started segregation. Do you understand? That evolution to the promised land, still even up till now, the George Floyd issue is still ongoing. Now listen, you have to go back and look at the key actors in those crises. If you take America, how many years we're talking about? We're looking at 400 years. 400 years, and the struggle is still on. Because I have a daughter here in America, and you know the first thing I tell her to do when a policeman stops her on the road? I tell her, because I need her to come back home to me. Because that shit is still out there. It's not totally gone. So I train her. Don't argue with them. Don't do this, don't do that. I'm not saying police are bad. That's been said. Now let's go to South Africa. When did apartheid start? Does anybody know? At least let's say in the 40s or 50s or 30s. How long did it take for apartheid to be abolished? Nothing less than about 100 years or 50 years. It wasn't easy. These two things, the first one, the American one, and the South African one, those are visible. You can see them. It's black and white. The Nigerian one is invincible because the enemy is in your family. The enemy is your friend. The enemy is your tribe. The enemy is your religion. The enemy is your blood. And
so how do we take on this enemy?
That's why these discussions are important. That's why, listen, I'm going to get there. Now, listen. Our first primary mission, Masca, let me land, please. I'll hit that word. Everybody always land. Now, you see, the first thing we need to do is we have to make the problem visible. That is what Farotimi has been shouting. What the enemy does is that it confuses the issue for us. While we're trying to make the problem visible, the enemy tells us it is tribe. While we're trying to make it visible, the enemy tells us it is religion. While we're trying to make it visible, the enemy tells us it is party. You understand?
But while they are trying to divide us, then you have to pivot to an action that's immune to that kind of division, isn't it?
You can't. You know why? Let's go back again to the words of Martin Luther King. He says the most dangerous thing in this world is sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Sincere ignorance. Let me ask you guys one question. If you take Nigeria out of 100, how many Nigerians would you say are ignorant? Give me a percentage number.
On what? It depends on what you say.
Nigerian population, just ignorant.
Ignorant on political stuff. You will say about
who they don't make decisions themselves. They just follow the crowd. How many Nigerians would you put in that number? Give me a percentage. 60, 70, 90%.
By the way, 100% of Southeast.
So I'll go with 95.
That's smart.
You guys, I'm putting it into numbers.
So if you can, Nigeria is not an entity. Okay. So what I'm saying is that Nigeria is not an entity. You cannot say what Nigerians do because the government and the people have not.
It is an entity. I don't know why you are going.
But let's put this in number.
All our people.
I got you.
Nigeria is not an entity. You wouldn't be here.
Let me get to that point, please. Let's just say, okay. Let me rephrase the question. Put it in numbers. Out of 100, how many Nigerians are follow?
Almost everybody.
90%, 90% at least.
I would say 90. Does everybody?
But that is quite usual for nations.
We're not done. Okay, please follow. Listen, guys. Listen. So if 90% are follow, so that means 90% are the one that Dr. Martin Luther King is referring to as sincere ignorance. They just don't know what they don't know.
But when they do know,
when I first got a job in America, listen, guys, you need to see how shocked I was that I could get a job on the same day without having to send a letter from an uncle or some big man. So you need to see how shocked I am when I went for an interview and they said I could start. I was like, wow, there's a world like this. You guys, that's ignorance. You guys got to do it. Let me now go to the other part of the sentence. Okay, we dealt with 90% as
not just man, I can see your hand. Don't worry.
Stupidity. Guys, listen. Conscientious stupidity. Those are the elites. Those who know, but for one reason or the other,
wickedness, wicked.
No, well, it could be wickedness. It could be
Alaba,
they want to be weak. Let me see the way the book describes it.
Let me reframe my question. Let me reframe my question either with you. What I'm saying is, for somebody like me now, I'm saying that maybe one way to make the elites do the right thing carry arms against them and maybe
Not
fight
yet.
them.
We're not there
We
yet.
don't want to do that. Fine. Then maybe the second way is on the election day. How do we make them do the right thing? Should we have our own paramilitary outfits?
Please, can I answer that? Let me
answer. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm sorry. We can't just monopolize the conversation. There are other people coming in.
But let me say what consensus stupidity.
Alaba, okay, Alaba, you need to round up so that we can go to Righteous Man.
Let me answer.
Let me stop.
Round up. 1 minute at most to round up. 1 minute at most to round up.
Alaba, you don't
define consensus
hold
stupidity
on.
as making a decision to live in error or to believe untrue or misinformation. Let me repeat. Making a decision to live in error or to believe untruth or misinformation. This is 10% of Nigerians. Until we deal with that,
and that is what they call conscientious stupidity. That's what they actually call conscientious stupidity.
Until we deal with that 10%, we can't talk about arms, fight. That's the point that uncle was making when he said we are politically naive.
Are we going to Dobale for them?
Let me
no, it's not Dobale. It's education.
Okay.
It's information.
Righteous man, you can come in. Righteous man, thank you, Alaba.
Let me say something before he does, please. Let me say something.
No. Righteous man has been waiting for such a long time.
It's ridiculous.
You guys don't want to hear. He was here when you and Master were debating. Righteous man,
you don't want to hear the truth, right? You don't want to hear the truth.
Hold on, you get your chance.
You are not the only person that can speak the truth.
Righteous man, please go ahead.
I am, unfortunately, here. I am the
Righteous man, please go ahead.
Yeah, while we are trying to diagnose the Nigerian problem, can we look at the quota system, what it has turned the society into? Could it be that the practice of quota system in the Nigerian space has thrown up unqualified people to become our political leaders?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't catch that.
In the state governorship election of your state? Or
I
is
said,
that quota system that
Masker.
No, I
this is
I see what you're doing.
Masker, hold on, Masker. Why is it that anything that you know that is going to touch the corn nuts or the nuts, you pick it up and turn it to become a problem? We are looking at, we are holistically trying to x-ray the problem of Nigeria.
Righteous man, let's be fair on Masker. That question at this point is irrelevant.
Besides, how?
Do you know
How? It's my time.
If you're asking, then maybe
this
you should allow
my
him to answer.
time. This is my. I think I kept quiet. You guys are
Hold on. If it's your time, then don't ask him how.
It's irrelevant but connected.
It's
irrelevant but connected. If you want me to tell you how, I will tell you. It's irrelevant but connected. Do you want me to
Kanaba hasn't spoken and Ewa hasn't spoken.
Do you want to hear my answer?
Can we allow Righteous Man to finish what he's saying so that finish what you are saying. Righteous Man, don't ask questions. Just say what you want to say. Then we want to
in this platform, it should not. I have asked Rudolph this question. What is it meant for? And he says, say your opinion or have your say. So I don't know why you will present your own and you think because I did not contest.
It's not trying
excuse me.
We're not trying to dish you. It's connected. You got to listen.
Okay.
It's connected.
Okay, good. Let him carry on.
How it's connected.
Let's allow Righteous Man carry on.
No, but it shouldn't be the pivot right now. But it's connected. I swear. I can tell you if you want me to tell you. But I want others to speak.
Hold on.
It is connected.
Hold on, Mr. Alaba. I love your submission, Mr. Alaba. I love your submission. And the people, the Nigerians that are in America, the act of imperialism and capitalism have dominated them. That they don't like.
Oh my God!
I will show you how it's connected.
Let Alaba, please, Alaba, you made a good contribution. Why do you keep belaboring that point? Just leave it alone. I want to say one thing, and
Righteous man, are you done?
And AY.
I am not done. Uzo has brought the business of Tom. Uzo mentioned Tom and ran away.
So Tom threw you off. If Tom threw you off, it's all good. We can go to the next person.
So for $5,
No, forefather, you see, we have to make sure that we smile. We are not the problem of Nigeria, and if we are the problem, we are trying to profile solution. So John Abba is here. I'm going tomorrow. I'll be in his village to eat pounded yam. Uzo is here. I'm shipping tontons to him. Olumide, I know he likes this adire materials. I'm getting it across to him. So Pascal is my brother. I will take Brukutu.
That one you hesitated. You took time to mention Masca. Why did you mention Masca last?
No, not Pascal. I mean Masca. Sorry.
Forefather, your friend. You didn't even give me anything.
No, it's okay now. They think I don't need anything. It's all good.
No, do you know that I have poured libation for forefather before we started the program?
Okay, that's it. Okay, the real forefathers. Okay, you know this. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, so back to the issue. You see, we're trying to look at. We have known the problems. We are still trying to find out if there were hidden ones we've not been able to pin out.
If we know the problem, what is the problem? Righteous man, if we know the problem, what is it? Say it.
Masca, are you telling me that you don't know the problem of Nigeria?
He doesn't know.
He's just asking you to say it. He's just asking you to say it.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the I'm going to highlight one of the problems. One of the problem of Nigeria is
the main problem.
Go ahead. He says he wants to know the main problem you are referring to.
You could have me say
okay, the main problem of Nigeria is that the Nigerian state was not founded based on equity and justice, based on equality. That is the main problem of Nigerian state.
Okay. And no nation is founded like that, though.
It has given birth.
Do you know America when it was founded? It's only men with properties that can vote in America when it was founded. When America was founded, it's called one of democracy. That's how it was founded.
We are moving into a perfect union. Every day they're moving.
Yeah, but that's what Nigeria is doing. Nigeria is changing every year.
Can I ask Righteous Man a follow-up question?
Okay, please ask then. Ask Righteous Man.
Righteous Man, name 3 of the founding fathers of Nigeria.
I bet we not call
hold on. Let me answer him. Let me answer him. You have been deceived. No black man, no black Nigerian founded Nigeria. The Nigerian state was created by the British. Those who were asking for independence never amalgamated Nigeria. It was the British without the concept of the black.
Thank you, Righteous Man. So technically speaking, you are saying that the British are the problem of Nigeria.
No, they created Nigeria as a shop. As an outlet for them.
That's what you're saying. We should blame them. That's what you're saying.
No, he's not saying that. Masca, don't put words in his mouth.
Hold on, Masca.
No, he's saying that. That's what he's saying.
Masca. Don't come and tell me to go and do protest at embassy.
Olumide, please hold on.
Come and give me that.
Please go ahead, my Righteous Man.
Masca. The questions you are asking me, can you come down and let me answer you one after the other?
Now, listen. All the questions. You have no further question. You have answered all of them. I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay, when are you inviting me to take Brukutu?
I don't drink. I'm a Muslim. I don't drink.
He shock you?
Where did they drink the Brukutu that you're talking about? If all of them don't drink, where did you get Brukutu from? I don't know why.
I don't know who is talking to. You are not talking to me, righteous man. I'm a truly righteous person. I don't indulge in all this carnality.
How can are you telling me that Pami is calamity, is carnality? Pami?
As long as it is not for sickness, there's no need for you to go and be drinking Pami.
Who created Masca? Excuse me. Masca, who created the plant that produces? Who created the plant that produces Pami?
Just man, I want to ask Masca one question. Just one. Only Ofono. Masca,
Wait,
Ofono. The VAT and tax collected by Nigeria breweries and it be shared among the Sharia state. Are they not collecting that VAT and tax collected by the breweries to develop their states?
Yeah, but
you can also do I collect tax? What do I collect tax?
Why can't they reject it and say it's money so from alcohol? We're not going to accept it.
Uzo, I'm speaking for myself and I don't collect tax.
No, I just asking you.
I'm answering you.
You see how Masca have changed everything that we're about discussing here. Masca have brought.
When you said ask about Brukutu, what do you think is going to happen?
Exactly. And I'm a bit curious about this Brukutu thing because if the Northerners drink Brukutu and Masca is not drinking Brukutu, so are you saying that there are a lot of Northerners that drink Brukutu that are not pure?
So, this is what I keep trying to educate people. You see, we talk about Nigeria as if there are only 3 people in Nigeria.
Exactly.
We want people to believe that there are only Igbos. Even in the South, that righteous man was saying that Awolowo is brother to Azikiwe.
No, I never said this. I tried to correct you.
But Masca, you don't have to bring that up again. You can leave that one out. Masca is really
I will draw that, righteous man. But the point I'm making is that even in the South, if you take the Southeast as it is, Orobo people are there. Ishekiri are there. The Igbo people are there. It's the same thing if you come to the North. There are so many tribes in the North that you can't count. And when we talk about this domination, I want to remind us that even Abubakar Tafawa Balewa is not a Hausa man. He's Jere by tribe. Gowon was who ruled Nigeria for like 9 years, was Angas. He's not a Hausa man. He's not a Fulani man.
And John Abba is where?
Eh?
John Abba.
John Abba is Bedouin, man. John Abba is just, he's not even that far at all.
My point is that if you take
John Abba is TV,
you take religion as a tool you want to use in Nigeria, you miss the point because you will lose a lot of people.
But where
a lot of the people that
fit in now? That's how we just want to know where Brukutu fits in.
Please let me answer that question for him. Okay, because a lot of minorities like to talk.
I want to know where Brukutu came from. How did Brukutu?
Orphaners, don't ever meet me again when I'm talking.
Be careful with that word minority, or else you're going to make AY mad.
Brukutu,
you cannot just have Masca talking the whole day.
Can we let Masca just say where Brukutu came from?
Talking the whole day. I want to answer what he said.
You
don't want to hear the truth.
No,
that's the problem.
Let we should change his name to be the truth sayer.
He's been talking all day.
We are trying to find out where Brukutu came from. You are confusing me now because Masca say he doesn't drink Brukutu because he's Muslim. So we associate Brukutu to all Northerners to an extent.
Allow that.
Who are the ones that drink Brukutu?
That's not important now.
Try to get to the point now. Try to get to the point.
Brukutu is made from millet, if I'm right. It's been drink by at least people of the Middle Belt, the Middle Belt, like Jos. I've been to Jos in Shandam. Oh, but I see the pot where they cook Brukutu, man. They go bow. No people go tell you. No.
It's formed in the barracks by Idoma lady.
Ah.
Yeah,
Yes,
very, very nice.
and then from the north, she's still alive. She's very old now. So, and they cook it and prepare it. What is called Mami Market, close to all the barracks. So that's the
That's
simple thing I
interesting.
can tell you. And it's
Amadioha,
fun.
everything
So it's not a
about
general
north to you
northern
is
thing. Then
good,
it's not
right?
general. To the
Everything
entire
you
north.
compensate and say is good. Anything from the north is good.
No,
to you.
Brukutu is
Because
nice.
you want to make friends.
Even
right?
here, you notice.
Everything
Better to
you
make
say is
friends
good
than
from
to
the
make
north.
enemies.
I'll
Right?
go how they drink Brukutu. Millet.
Can we
Can
welcome
I answer one thing?
AY
Let me answer
and
one thing and I'll be gone. Let me answer because
okay, Master and Pansa,
your
go ahead.
prejudice,
Go ahead.
your prejudice is showing. So I'm gonna answer.
See,
and I'm
we
gonna
allowed
tell
you to speak for more than 20 minutes to 1 hour. What are you going on
That's
about
fine.
prejudice?
Let me just say one thing and I'm gone. Look, Masca,
Before
a
you
lot
go,
of
stay
man,
on topic, oh. Stay on topic.
I will,
Don't
I,
throw us, man.
look,
Yeah, don't divert
the
us
way
again
the
now.
way we look at Nigeria colloquially, we have what we call Wazobia, right? That's Hausa, Igbos, and Yorubas. Everybody else come under one of those things.
Started
Whether
again.
let me
Started
lie.
you started
Whether you
again.
like it or not, in essence,
Okay,
it's
now
personal.
you are wrong.
Let me land now. Let me land.
No,
Okay?
no, you are not landing with that kind of talk. You see, I'm not going to accept people just coming to belittle. You know, the so-called minority group is larger than your group.
I'm gonna leave you. I'll leave you guys.
Thank you. Let's leave it at
Go and sleep. Go and sleep.
Pastor, we agreed most of the time. So about this
All
last
right.
one, you are just
Au
going
revoir.
there.
Bye bye.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Pastor.
I don't feel good about the next generation. Look at you people. You have no respect, right? You want to talk about Brukutu and where it came from. You don't want to talk about
showing everybody this. You're talking about respect. Why are you talking about respect?
Forefather, everyone had been here for over 2 hours.
As a
He's not
matter of
talking.
respect for Pansa, I also want to say good
looking
night
and
to
laughing.
everybody.
Yeah, good night. Yeah, it's on. I forgot it's Sunday. This was supposed to be 3 hours. It's already going to 4 hours.
Yeah,
We're going to
what's
be
going
rounding
on?
up very
You're
soon.
sitting, you're not even saying anything.
Thank you, Masca, for coming in. I really appreciate you. You see, this session was a lot more vibrant than I expected, actually, and I was surprised with what people were saying.
I think to be fair to him, most of the questions are questions that he shouldn't be the one answering them. It should be the government, and I mean, it's not the one who caused the guys who committed the murder of Deborah to be released. I mean, and he said he didn't. It's lawlessness. So
yeah, he's not aware of it. He doesn't know too much about it. Yeah, Alaba, you spoke quite well too. And let's go to AY. I think Righteous Man has had his TomTom business sorted out. Brukutu, TomTom.
No, the Brukutu has not been sorted out too.
Yeah,
Jonathan's sister.
I think Jonathan said he's tied to the military somehow. He's tied to military bases somehow. And it's funny because the last time I heard about Brukutu, I probably have had Brukutu. I'm not sure. I definitely have had Kunu. I've had Kunu. And I know it's not Brukutu, but I've had Kunu too. The point is that...
But let's answer the truth, Forefather. The insecurity in Nigeria have made the good life of Nigeria to mess up. I used to go to church, man, in the morning. Under the tree, we just sit down, see fish, see enjoyment, see life.
Yeah, there's so much to protect, but we don't do a lot.
People are just dying and suffering.
Beautiful place to live in. That
if you go to Jonathan village, the kind of orange, mango, and yam.
Yeah.
The day I went to Jonathan village, in fact, they were telling me not to go. I agreed. Because
I agreed. The food was too much now. Nigeria is blessed now. If you look at the land, it's blessed.
No, we are blessed.
But if this thing continues for the next 4 years, now, and the insecurity you mentioned, and the cost of living for the next 4 years, so how will people? And this same man will say he wants to go for second term. How will the vote count?
I think this is a topic about the elites and on how to change their orientation if it's possible, because I don't know any other way to do it. The other way they do it in other nation is very, very bloody. I don't think we have that space
because
for that.
if it's going to
We
use
have
the
to
police,
find a way.
the military, and the courts of all places, the courts to validate his illegality. How do you want that? That is what I'm asking. What is
I think that's what that is all linked to the conversation we are having. Yes, it's linked to the conversation we are having.
Then we can discuss how we can address it. I have a few suggestions, but I need others to talk first.
Yeah, you know what, Ferrari, because of the way you came out, I'm quite surprised actually that this topic you were quite, you seem to be quite focused on it, and I'm really glad to see that. And it's something that, if that is the case, we could even have a more expanded conversation, because it's a serious problem, and it's a very important one, because if we can figure out a formula for it, it's going to save a lot of lives. Something that other countries have to go through hell to be able to achieve. If we can do it, change the minds of our elite, or replace them somehow, it's a great thing. I don't know whether you can replace them. They are not easy to dislodge. So I will allow AY to come in. Allow AY, welcome. You see why is Righteous Man laughing? Your this thing is working very well. I don't know why he was frozen half of the time.
No, you know why I'm laughing? Somebody in the comment section said that I shipped drugs, fake drugs to Lumide.
Nice one. Oh my God, you don't need that drama. There's always somebody say something there on the chat. You don't know how they are there. AY, thank you for coming in. You came in a bit late during the conversation. I guess you didn't think that it was going to be this short. I have to keep it short because Christmas is coming. People have to eat.
Out tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Monday for kind of. But you know what's going to be happening? I'll be coming in regularly, even if it's shorter sessions during the week. I'll be coming in when I get any chance, coming to react and talk about things. Please go ahead.
That would be good, though.
That I voted. Vote count.
Yeah. I second that. It's all good.
Honestly, I don't have much to say. The only thing I'm gonna say, right? One thing I want us to know is two things I want to say. One is we need to understand ourselves. What I discovered, Nigeria, we don't even understand Nigeria at all. Because you were born in the southeast, you think Nigeria is like this. You are born in the southwest, you think Nigeria like this. You are born in the northeast, you think Nigeria. Nigeria is big, is huge. We need to understand ourselves. The moment you think you are better than anybody in Nigeria, you created a problem for yourself already. You are not better than anybody. No tribe is better than any tribe.
That's right.
Nobody is better than anybody.
That's nice.
We need to really, really understand ourselves, because when we keep doing what we're doing, we are not doing the country any favor. We're creating more division. We're creating more hatred. People don't understand the essence of what they are doing. When you create hatred, it's not easy to get rid of.
Yeah.
Because why I'm saying that is, see, I had the opportunity to travel around Nigeria. I go to each state, I go to each region. I just appreciate a lot. I mean, you might not
you didn't come to my village.
You might not like everything. You don't need to like everything, but you need to appreciate people. If you can, if at all you don't like one thing they do, it's okay. Let it be. Respect them. This is the only way, because I see people come here, it's more like, oh, your rhetoric is showing that, oh, you think you are better than the next door neighbor. No, you are not. When you don't discuss with people, you will not understand. That's why for me, I see somebody, no matter where you're coming from in Nigeria, I want to learn. I keep asking you questions. Oh yeah, that's how you do it. You need to open your heart to see. It's not because your mom is cooking one kind of soup, you think your mom, she is the best cook. Try other women's soup. You will see your mom, she's even learning, right? That's just the way it is. That is one thing I think we need to pay attention to, because
when you disrespect a particular people or you disrespect somebody, it's gonna reply to you. Don't get angry. That's why we need to be careful. Don't call people. There is no need for all that. We can be different. Just respect our differences. Work with common good, and you see, we're gonna move on.
Yeah.
That's one thing I think is gonna help us. We should look at this way. The second point is
I'll be going to bed.
The second
point
is
thank you for coming in, righteous man.
Don't distract me.
Really appreciate you.
The second point. Hold on.
No,
I want
to go to bed. Excuse me, just a minute.
No. The second point.
AY, please, I want to sleep.
Hold on. The second point.
So, righteous man, relax. AY is in no mood.
Go sleep.
He's got the mic right now.
The second point is when you come on the platform, if you are not sharing statement of facts, what you are sharing is opinion. Don't impose it on anybody. Opinion is subjective.
That is a good one there.
Don't impose your opinion on anybody. I'm a scientist. 1 + 1 is 2. No any other way. That's a fact.
It depends, though.
Hold on. When you say
when
you say
started now.
Is 10 kilometers. That is a fact. When you are sharing your opinion, let people know this is an opinion. You should have the ability to listen to people, to a different opinion. Don't think your opinion is superior. That this is how we're gonna learn things, we're gonna understand things better, understand ourselves better. Bro, you can't dictate for everybody. Last week I had little discussion with Forefather Ajago, like, we come on this platform, we are not even up to 50. What you see every day, fight. You fighting with everybody. Bro, that is how you will know leadership is hard, it's difficult. Don't let politicians deceive you. They're not telling us the truth.
Where is Chin?
Hold on. If you cannot manage 10, 20 people that are coming here, you think you want to be governor of your state and control millions of people. And it's hard. So we need to pay attention to these two things. It's going to help us on this platform. It's going to help us in the country. It's going to help us generally. I'm not going to so we need to just pay attention to this stuff. They're going to help us. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Well said. I'm not sure.
Please, I want to
not set a good example for us.
Can I say
Come 2027.
I think when Jonathan finish, then we can round up.
Decide to run.
No, please, I want to sleep. Can I say something and then I go?
How do we get that person?
Let me talk before you go sleep. You are saying you are going to my town tomorrow to go eat yam. All of that, I know what talk.
John Abban, please, just a minute, please. Just a minute.
Talk, but don't go.
Okay. Forefather, somebody asked a question, I forgot it in the last section we had, about the woman I told you that they robbed, a very poor woman. So somebody was asking in the comment question, is it possible to raise, to give her something to support her? So when you mention about Christmas, Christmas is about coming, the thing flashed back into my mind to mention it. I will be going to the woman's shop tomorrow to snap the store and snap her so that when we come back here, maybe Saturday, I can share it, get her phone number, whatever you have to give her, you support, please. I've given her the little I could because the husband not around with 4 children and about 50-something years old. Not that she's a small girl. So we just need to please, that's the little things we can do to help those that are in need. At least God will bless everyone. Yeah.
I think that sounds like a very charitable thing to do, and I'm sure Dr. Damage will be fine with that. you have to run it through him so that we are,
No, Father.
everything is
No,
up.
Father. Kufa is not in charge.
I'm not in charge now. Where did you get the idea that I'm in charge? I'm not even in charge of the panel when everybody's doing as they like here. What are you going on about? So yeah, we'll do that and probably be able to assist as much as we can. Yeah, please, Jonaba, go ahead.
Okay, so good night, everybody.
No, don't go
Thank
yet
you for
now.
yeah, he says he should wait and he promised to wait.
Okay.
Thank you. And you are even going
Old
to
man, go sleep. Old man, go sleep.
Who's going to leave him now?
Nobody like us.
He promised he was going to stay.
You don't know the source of Obrukutu, but you introduce a Obrukutu case.
Nobody.
Actually, I was coming from church, but I was listening, and one of the interesting that made me join it was the statement that sometimes we think we are addressing issue, but we are actually doing the same thing we are accusing somebody of doing, and that is the one of the reasons why I came to say that we are growing really. I personally believe that when you have the wrong perception about anybody, or you not even wrong, you have a perception, you convince yourself it's the right perception, it's very wrong. You become a projector in that case, which means you are thinking for that person, and in the process, what is dividing the whole Nigeria is what we are doing. And I'm leaning to appeal that we, the diasporas, we that are in diasporas, we have seen the power of unity, how law work, whether we like it or not, and how people can set up an institution. But I think we are still far when the people back home are relying on us, that we that have crossed the sea can come back and deliver them. Not necessarily to bring them to cross the sea, but we can impart them, just like what righteous man want us to do tomorrow. At least use the platform for a little influence you have here, for someone to support somebody there. You may not know where the person comes from. It's just a charity. It does not have to come from your village. It does not have to speak your language. And it's an influence. And one of the things is that anytime you use a very demeaning word to address anybody, you're already at fault as well. Kind to one another so that the best of us come out. We all have a moment that our words will come out. But we also be mindful that world is watching us. And what we can do is that let us know that the elite that we are talking about, they is everywhere in the world, even in America. The elite always want to be in control. But then the citizen will rise up at a point, and the elite will know that knowledge has spread, and they are not going to be too comfortable anymore. I think that is the most important thing that brings some of us here. That I was here there was Sunday, about 3 Sundays ago, and my cousin brother in Kaduna, he's a professor, he's a young man, and he saw us, and he called me after the meeting here. He's a pharmacist too, and he's a OB supporter, very good OB supporter. And he knows my stand on the OB issue. And he told me, he said, wow, but because I was saying that, why should you run just so many people that are involved in this election once? The word I used that day, I remember, I said, the Bible said that if you faint in the day of anniversary, it signifies your faith is too small. And that is what he said. He said that encourages him, that we put so much negative energy because we invested so much emotion into all of those things. And we shouldn't. And to my brother, Olamide, I know, and now I see your background. I think sometimes, to be frank, I think a righteous man is bringing you some overdose Panadol. So I'm just joking. It's a good one. I'm proud of you.
Righteous man don't find that funny.
I'm proud of you. I think you have to do with what we call pharmacy or whatever you are doing. It's a good thing. That's what we all should be proud of each other. When we see any Nigerian, anybody of our color excelling, we should encourage them as much as we can. But one thing is, you mentioned so much about the ring election. I don't know. I don't believe that. But then I understand any passion, anybody that have any way or the other. I don't believe it was ring. So, but then what I want you to understand is that this politics we are all getting involved, we have no plan in the next 20 years. Right now, what is going on? That we have any plan or we are speaking to that issue, even though we are trying to. Nobody is educating. The Northerners have been a politics. They have been in politics.
Problem.
Can we let him finish? Let him finish so that we can.
You need to remove Amadioha. Stop disturbing us.
You are changing the email with comment section, my sister. Before the West and before the South. Even if we talk, when we used to talk about it when we started this program, when it's election time, they leave Lagos, leave any part of Nigeria to go to their place to vote. Whether you think there are people, whether you think.
Hold on. I think we have to stop for this one.
This clap of a guy will die. Now you go drink snapper.
Yeah, thank you for the contribution, Kando. That is a heavyweight one. And Clapsal is not very happy, but Clapsal is never happy. Thank you, this in Kando. That's a nice gesture there. Please go ahead, Jonaba.
When we're going to get people involved in this coming, whether
who is Zion Paul?
Yeah, Zion Paul completely lost it the moment they put that this in. He started posting like crazy. Maybe it's Clapsal in another name. I don't know. Yeah, some weird stuff goes on there. I don't know what is going on.
You guys pay attention to the chat. We just get.
Yeah, don't leave that. They are wild. They are wild
so
out there.
Let us get what people have built over the years. I said that the last time. Power is never given, and nobody see you that you see that you are more important, or you have a perception of more of a valuable human being than them, and they have a position of power and relinquish it. So it's very threatening to so many people when they hear some of our rhetoric here, the way we say it. We should make friends across each other and get to know each other better. There is goodness in all of us, and any one of us can rise up to become anything. But then we all going to look into ourselves. Okay, there is good in you, there is good in me. No human being is totally a waste. We are all created for a purpose. Even the most challenging people you see, whether they are facing some mental illness or facing some deformity, there are part of them that really function well, that you can say this person make me happy. So let us look at our differences as something that is unique and it's all about us. If we use this platform to be championing that our unity, instead of dividing ourselves that, oh, we are not of difference, we don't have a different aim. Of course, we are not the same. And that is the reality. But it doesn't mean.
But why do you say that for the next 20 years, you don't see anything, you don't see any change?
No, I said not what we are doing right now, right? Until we change it. What we are doing is that, let me tell you, once I said it and go and do this. Sometimes you guys think that the fact that people are crowded in one place and other people have a space. I was talking to somebody few days ago, where if you want to use math to address the issue, say, okay, let it be by number. And I was hearing you guys saying a lot of Northerners voted for Obi, and that is the thing. And if one person says he's not voting, then you guys make a case of it. A lot of Northerners voted for Obi. If without the Northerners support or the no tribe in Nigeria, can win any election, whether you are Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba. No tribe say, okay, I'm very big in number, that only us come out will win the election. No tribe in Nigeria like that. So we still have to play the politics of number and work across, and not only that number again. We don't have to agree on everything in life. So what I'm trying to say is that if you are looking at the number on that side, like it or not, if you like to say there are not 19, northern states are not 19 states, even cut it to 12, the ratio of birth over there is higher. In the east and west, the quality of life is higher. So when you look at it and you want to do it mathematically, there is no way, if you want to be honest about it, that you think, okay, I'm addressing it. Look at in America right now. There's a projection that in 2030, the Hispanic will be the highest single immigrant in America because of the birth rate. So we are just facing with other things that is that going to change very soon? I'm not even in that category.
So
I only
Jonaba,
have one wife and
Wait,
two
Jonaba, I have information. Somebody have just this people what Ovie just tested me. He said Brukutu is from Ososo, and the name is Otto Ososo. English.
Oh God.
Not drink it.
Because they have many origins now.
So Jonaba, you have spoken very well, and I wish that the way you have spoken is the way that the people in Nigeria, the elites, would have acted too. You understand? But I want to address two of the things that you made mention of. See, when you say that most of us here in the diaspora, we overreact and we're a little bit emotional about our reaction. So maybe because of the exposure, you understand? When we come here, we see the way things are done here. It's a lot different from the way things are done back home. People allocate money, they budget money, they steal money. And yeah, I'm not, if anybody's passionate, if I'm passionate, I don't expect anybody to be surprised, because the money these people have stolen is money that could have saved a life, that could have created healthcare, made healthcare a lot easier for people. When somebody steals money to go build a mansion that they won't even live in abroad, you understand? And then
can you try to make it snappy so that we can get on with it?
And then you deny people the advantage of accessing things that we access here abroad easily, then you are going to be passionate. You understand? So maybe if they start to address that, then two, the Nigerian institution, government, left a lot of questions to be answered about the last election. Fine, the court have declared him winner, but we're saying that things were not done properly. You invested over 300 billion naira in materials and equipment, and yet this equipment was non-functional when it mattered most. Fine, that happened. Now, the last three governorship election was even worse. They didn't use, they did accreditation, and we saw that in votes, people were writing numbers that were over. There were votes that were over the accreditation numbers. You understand? And clearly, they took Nigerians for granted. How much more will Nigerians do to bring change when the elites keep failing them, and then you tell them to look the other way? Don't worry, things will be better. Now, come 2027. Now, this guy has started. He hasn't started on a very good note. If things keep getting worse up until 2027, is he now going to come again and rig the election and force another 4 years of the people?
That's my thought. Let me tell you one thing. Go and look at the system. APC was we are talking about system now. APC prepared for this day long ago in politics, even when PDP was in power. So,
but why would they then
want
to rig?
Wait, I'm not talking about ringing. I'm talking about the ability. Look at what happened in Kano, right? If you go and look at what happened in Kano, you cannot blame APC or PDP. That guy, because they go around it in the NPP. But let me tell you one thing. What I'm trying to address.
Can we move on with today's topic?
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, we are supposed to be rounding up.
I'm summarizing it now with everything. What I'm trying to say that let us created a challenging how to build a system to counter it. Of course, you have a right to be passionate about it, but your passion is not enough to fix it. So how do we fix it? Is that we will begin to have a counter system, and the counter system meaning that you have infrastructure on the ground, and that's why when they're talking about election, talking about infrastructure, meaning that all the polling units in Nigeria, somebody says it's not possible. Why it's not possible? Then you can now have that result even before INEC announce it.
So you are saying that INEC as an institution cannot be trusted to hold a free and fair election. Okay.
Thank you. And I must say, today we have had a lot of quality conversation and fun. You know, we even had a laugh. You know, Pansat and Masca got along just fine. Had a longer debate that we allotted them, and the conversation, man, look at what AY said, what Pansat said, what Pansat too, which is crazy. And there's also Masca. If people that they didn't watch it, they should go and watch it from the beginning. I think you know, it's something that we really need more of, and went very well. I think the quality of conversation here was quite high, and Alaba made a lot of key points, and a big surprise for me because I didn't know he was focused on these elites, and the way he came across, he was genuine and he really wanted answers to this question. And this, it tells you the level he's operating at. That is a high level thinking there, trying to understand why the elites are the way they are, and if there's something we can do to take care, to alter it for the betterment of the people. And we don't have the answers, all the answers yet. And I think we are going to return to this specific topic because it's something that is a big problem. To deal with it without bloodshed is a serious one, and that's why it's so important that we get it right. And our elites pay attention to what people are telling them. And maybe it's through the people, maybe it's through sensitizing they themselves, because you know, from like I said, there was a time I didn't want to greet any elder in Nigeria. I was like, these people are so, man, I don't want to start using the word. They are so, they've disappointed the people so badly, and they talk as if they have any kind of honor on the news, and every day where they are the elder statesmen of Nigeria. This one, Nobel Prize. Yeah, look at what you have for us. Look at the nation. You saw that what white man said. Hey, it comes to Nigeria, the violence in the country, everything is just all over the place. And that's the perception people have of Nigeria. If African Americans want to come to Africa, Nigeria is almost automatically scratched off the list. Most people don't want to even come near Nigeria. They always go to Ghana and Tanzania, other places. Because Nigeria, there's something serious. There's something good. A lot of things that are good about Nigeria, but there's something seriously wrong too. And we need to address those things. And I think in the hands of the elites, that's where the answer is going to come from. One way or another, maybe the people are going to change the elites, or we change the elites somehow, or we replace them peacefully. If we can do that, if we can find a formula to do that, I think Nigeria will have a future in that country. But gentlemen, I really appreciate you all for coming.
Before we close, can I give a closing remark? No, before we remark. After Amadiora, I want to say something to
closing remarks start having legs and babies and different things. Closing remarks tend to Uzo. I didn't even mention Uzo. Uzo, what I can say about Uzo is that he was here from the beginning and he stayed to the end. Normally he comes in and goes because he's the father of all nations. He has so many responsibilities.
No, but forefather, I've been trying to say this. We have been saying this often and on in every platform. All right. How are we going to do this? 2027 is approaching. Olumejo just said, is Tinubu going to come back? Yeah, he will come back. For him, he did well. For you, he didn't do well. That's how life is. For him, even though he thinks that he failed, for him, he believes that he did well. All right? So I will say this. Listen, guys, we don't prepare. Obi tried in 6 months able to get what he did. Like, I come from Imo State. What was the map prepared 3 years ago before this election? All right? He makes his preparation 3 years back before this election. He already put everything, all his field soldiers on ground, right from the chiefs to the community leaders, everybody. He made sure they're under his control. So when the election comes,
those who are going to man the booth are the President General Sovereign Committee, like the chiefs. If the chief say he doesn't want it, he take away his staff of office. That was going on in Nigeria. So if we want to start, we have to start how to do it to our community. That where the main thing are coming from. Because the government have pocketed the chiefs, everybody like if they are just like nothing. We can only talk about Lagos and Abuja because they are city. With other states, we have a rural area who they don't operate the way Lagos.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's just my own contribution. If you want to start, no matter where the person is, let's start now. And now is the best. 6 months a year is not long enough to take away these guys. Ovia have been saying it. What people have been saying it. That's one of my own points. Yeah.
A lot of truth has been said today. And I appreciate that, Amadiwa. No, righteous man, we don't have a lot of time. I see we have to round up. We will have the chance to talk about this out. Maybe tomorrow, next tomorrow, I'll be jumping in, even if it's 1 hour, 2 hours, we'll have conversation. Alaba, please go ahead and just say what you need to say.
Let me start by saying that
Olumide has stepped up. Canadian dollars. Is that the Canadian one?
Olumide, I didn't pay me my back. Everybody paid. I
should be leaving now, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Olumide. Let me
thank you for this submission. Thank you, Janaba. Thank you for coming in.
Now, I wanted to start by saying this first of all in the Yoruba proverb is that our elites are behaving what the Yorubas call Iwa Omo Oju Rolari, translation, the child behaving as if they've never seen wealth before. And what that does is that Oju Rolari behavior is that it turns a prosperous house into shithole. So the elites are the problem. And I strongly believe in it. I believe our focus should be on the elites, even if we have to fight ourselves. And the elite, once we get the elite straightened out, we get the house Negro beaten out of them, we will move our people forward. I know for you, passionately, Forefather, security is your issue. But you can never have security as long as they are stealing the security money. You get me?
Yeah.
So that's one point on that. Yeah, so my thing is that I believe that it's only people who are insane that does the same thing over and over and over again and expect the same result. You understand? That's why I never join conversation with people who are talking 2027. And I think we shouldn't join conversation with those saying we should partake in election until basic things change. And we have to demand those change. How we do that, we'll talk more about it. Media and information matters. This is what we abroad can do, whatever we can do to have an independent alternate media. That should be our... In fact, when Showore started the Sahara Reporter, I said back then that we need like about 50 of these Sahara Reporter back then. But Sahara Reporter turned out to help remove Jonathan. Now, we don't even have any credible media or anything alternative to the propaganda they're spreading at home. So we continue to attack ourselves, the elite, those of us educated. Only mad people do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. Now, it's okay. Our people don't know what they don't know. We can't blame them for that. But what about those who know? Those who come and defend insanity, those who come on here and put God first and call themselves pastors and defend madness, those who come and say for the sake of peace, let us all just get along. Let us, we just spent 400 billion, no account, nothing, no question. We move on. No, you see, to connect it with righteous man. Remember, I told you that your point was connected. It's very connected. When we started, what's that thing you call it? When
try to keep it brief. We are trying to round up. You know, righteous man was supposed to have gone.
Critical, where they distribute things based on tribe. Remind me, righteous man. What do you call it in Nigeria?
Quota system.
Quota system. Thank you. You see, Now, we started quota system at a certain point to address certain things. Nobody since then has ever assessed it. As it worked? Is it time to stop it? Even in America, where they are doing affirmative action, they have a timeline for it. They're questioning it. They are assessing it. That's how government work. You do things, you assess. Does it work? Does it not work? Should we continue? Should we not continue it? That's how things work. But in a land where there is no equity, where there is no justice, where there is no rule of law, there is no agenda you put on the table that will go forward. You're just wasting your time. There's not one single agenda you put on the table that will go forward or you will achieve something positive. So all the people that come here to defend it, let's get along, let's practice, let's political strategy, I call them hypocrites. Hypocrite, because there's nothing more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. That means you know and you continue to do what you know is wrong. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Alaba. I really appreciate all of you this today. And thank you. Let me just appreciate some of the chat people and the ones that have donated. Olumide, thank you for the funds for the trader. And Kandu, we appreciate you for the donations. Freedom Simple, thank you for the donation and asking questions. And Freedom Pansat too donated. Yeah, Freedom Simple, man, that guy, if there's an extremist, that guy is so extreme, but he seems to get his head together and ask a very straight question today. I really appreciate that, Freedom Simple. I hope you keep up with that. I know that you all are busy hating on me. All these haters in the chat, I see you all there. Clapsal, I see you. This in who is the other person there? I think I said Blessing Chukwuka. Blessing Chukwuka was so cross with me that I monologued for such a long time. I said, don't try it again next time. As if you're going to come here and jump me. Good luck with how I would do as I please. You're like, don't try it again next time. As if you're going to come here and kick me out. Who is there? Ray Abua, thank you for coming in. A for real, I see you there. Thank you for coming, and you're on the panel too. And who else is there? Let's see. Manuel Ferreira. Oh, that's you, Manuel Ferreira. Thank you for being here. Friedol, I see you. Quinty, I see you there. Adama, I see you there too. Yeah, thank you all for coming, and we appreciate
email
you.
Email Adama to AY. I'll find out. I won't collect my prize.
That's it. Zion Paul, I see you there too. Thank you all for coming in. Let's close our people out.
You know, reach us.
I will
go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
Jagaban.
Don't mind it.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma wazoro ndosari, ịbịa wunye n'igwe na mụ Ulagadoni Piazigo, Ulagadoni Piazigo, Abama Wilo Chino, Bigger Abuzoro, Onabazia, Maziwe come up, Odoguna Quarezinaka, Onyomaniga Delemo, Mazini Piazigo. Go with the melody. You got to go where you're for. Oh, no, natural, no car. Is it one them nigga dilemma? Oh, la gadoni, is a good night. Lagadoni Piazigo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Bigarabuzo, Anabazi, Say, Oyamazoro, Amama Wazoro, sorry. If you are the Guanamo of Uber, Mulaga, Mulaga, Piazigo, Nazaboy.